order. We have a quorum, and Madam Attorney, well, first of all, let me say, public comments. You want to read the items first?
Mr. Chairman, I have an emergency item I'd just like to bring up.
Okay.
Happy birthday.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
We ain't gonna sing for you.
Thank you.
Just want to say happy birthday.
Yeah, please. I had one chorus in the back. I'm not putting them on the road.
Mr. Chairman, so what we'll do is we'll read the three items into the record, and then you can open it up for public comments.
Right, okay,
At least they
thank
know
you.
what they're commenting on. And then we can move it all in one swoop if it so pleases the board.
Item number 1, a resolution of the Board of the Commissioners of the Southeast Overtown Park West Community Redevelopment Agency with attachments approving and adopting the Southeast Overtown Park West Community Redevelopment Agency's proposed general operating and tax increment fund budget in the amount of $86,063,253 for the fiscal year commencing October 1st, 2021 and ending September 30th, 2022, as set forth in Exhibit A, directing the Executive Director to transmit a copy of said budget to the City of Miami and Miami-Dade County. Item number 2, a resolution of the Board of Commissioners of the Southeast Overtown Park West Community Redevelopment Agency authorizing a construction grant to Negra y Fuerte for the build-out of a cafe and bar concept on the ground floor of the Celeste Grand Central, located at 218 Northwest 8th Street, Miami, Florida, 33136, in an amount not to exceed $325,000. Further authorizing the Executive Director to execute all documents necessary for said purpose, authorizing the Executive Director to disburse funds at his discretion on a reimbursement basis or directly to the vendors upon presentation of invoices and satisfactory documentation. Item number 3, a resolution of the Board of Commissioners of Southeast Overtown Park West Community Redevelopment Agencies, COPA CRA, accepting the sole proposal received from Mountain Zion Development Associates Limited for the request of proposals 21-01 for the development for the property at 318 Northwest 10th Street, Miami, Florida, 33136, and authorizing the Executive Director to negotiate a development agreement with the sole proposer.
I move it. What are we moving? 3 items of a CRA resolution, and I have a question.
We got to, well, hold on one second, Commissioner. That being said, for the items that's been read, are there any public comments on the agenda items? Hearing none, we'll take questions for my colleagues.
I love the name of item number 2, Negra y Fuerte. That is very descriptive. You see, is she really fuerte?
Pretty much. Both together they are now.
Oh, both of them together. They have.
Now, yes.
Okay. And I'm glad that these people, they are going into business and being always supporting any black businesses that are started in that area. I got my support. We need more business.
And just for your...
And I always been after Mr. Shriver here to start a business development and training for the people of Overtown and Liberty City. Okay, so I moved these items after I was briefed by Mr. Shriver.
Are there any seconds?
I'll second that.
Just for your information, Commissioner, they've been operating under the mantra of the copper door.
Yeah.
Outside of the CRA district. It's a couple now that's been there, both a bed and breakfast and restaurant. However, they had an opportunity to open up a different form of establishment in the CRA borders they wanted to be, and so it is in effect a new business as they continue to look for an operation to house their bigger restaurant. So.
And from what I had heard, the ground floor, it is beautiful. It's going to be a beautiful restaurant.
It is.
In Black and Strong, you would think it was a coffee shop.
I beg your pardon, sir?
Black and Strong, you think of coffee, but they do serve food.
But it's very descriptive, you know. Immediately when I heard that, I immediately thought about next door neighbor back in Cuba. It was a big, strong black woman that she no nonsense. You don't mess with her.
Any other questions or comments? Hearing none. All in favor?
Aye.
Ayes have it. That ends the meeting of the
Thank you.
Southeast Overtown Park West CRA.
We're just adjusting the tape, and then we will take up the Omni CRA and the Midtown CRA. Omni? Calling to order September 13th meeting of the Omni Community Redevelopment Agency. All board members are present. Good afternoon, Mr. Director. Mr. Director, can you give a brief intro of the 6 items we have on our agenda? Microphone? It's not on.
Is this on now?
Yes. You're on.
First item is the approval of the budget. The second item is accepting the administration of the West Grove CRA. The third item is an emergency item for the bank building that we purchased to shore that up. The fourth item was an emergency where we had to spend money on a tree that fell and destroyed someone's house from a property that we owned. The fifth item is a grant for affordable housing development. And the sixth item is a TIF agreement for that same affordable housing development. And I think we will defer all of those items except for the budget item.
We'll defer all of them except for the budget item.
Yes.
So that means a deferral. So we'd pass item number 1, and we would defer even the West Grove one? I thought in our original briefing we were talking about deferring the TIF agreement and the grant.
I'm sorry, it's up to the board, whichever you guys want to take up.
So what's the will of this body? I understand if folks haven't had time to go through the TIF agreement and the grant, those are very large, and I want to make sure everyone's comfortable. But is there any hesitation on some of the other items, which is?
I don't have any.
So the other items are things, the bank building needs an emergency allocation of shoring it up for safety. Another one is a tree on one of our properties fell on one of our properties, and we're doing repairs there. The other one is just ratifying that our staff is handling the West Grove administration, and then, of course, the budget.
Well,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Thank you. So that's items 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Second.
Have been seconded as well. I'll open up for public comment for items 1 through 4 on the Omni CRA agenda. Is there anyone here for public comment? Seeing none, I'll close public comment. Is there any further discussion from the dais? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. On the last 2 items, is there an action?
I move to defer.
Move to defer, and
Second.
we'll just call it a continuance. That way we can, whenever the next agenda comes up, that's where it'll be. Is that fair? Who is the seconder?
Second.
Commissioner Watson? Okay, great. Is there any further discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Any
Aye.
opposed? Motion passes. Thank you. And I believe that is our agenda for the Omni CRA. We're adjourned. As soon as they reset the tape, we'll take up the Midtown. Ready to go? All right. Calling to order the September 13th meeting of the Midtown Community Redevelopment Agency. All board members are present. We have 1 approval of minutes and 1 budget approval.
Mr.
Commissioner,
Chairman,
you are recognized.
Mr. Chairman, be gentle with that gavel. I don't want to have to put another item for our budget, you know.
New table?
Yeah. Be
Yeah.
gentle, be gentle.
You know, that's why I don't eat sushi, you see? You eat sushi, I just see the energy he gets.
Was it,
The
was it,
coffee from your office that got this gavel going, not the sushi.
I was going to say, it wasn't the tuna or salmon. I had those, they were good. Thank you. Not enough, but they were good.
How many pieces they gave you?
I don't know, I think the commissioner figured 2 or 3 pieces apiece.
It would be enough.
They'll be all right.
You don't know this guy.
A little bit of rice, a little bit of salad. I don't know.
Oh, man, you don't know this guy. I mean,
Oh, man.
he can eat.
I told his chief of staff, let me help him out in ordering next time. I didn't even get an egg roll.
Oh, I have a picture of the initial spread. It was impressive, and the staff went through there like a pack of,
Everybody, like, that rice, fried rice was good.
everything was great.
Everything, where is it from?
I'll give a plug to Sushimaki just down the road.
Down
On
the
city-
road?
Yeah, a city tenant,
Oh,
Where they at?
at the Montes property.
Okay.
at the Montes property?
Yeah,
well-
it's called Sushimaki right next to Starbucks.
I'm gonna go get some of that rice.
They opening A Street? Yeah, they're opening in A Street.
Oh, nice.
Yeah?
And,
It's a local company.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, yes, yes.
Now, if you wanna know, the portion that you should order for him, when he goes to eat there, accompany him and just watch.
Well,
And then you know that next time you have to order 2 or maybe 3.
barbecue eel.
Unagi.
Barbecued eel.
That's unagi.
That's the.
I love that this is all being captured in the Midtown CRA minutes for eternity. Speaking of which, can I get an approval of the August 31st minutes of the Midtown Redevelopment Agency meeting?
Motion to approve.
Moved by Commissioner Croyo, seconded by Commissioner Diaz-Labartia. All in favor, say aye.
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 Motion passes. The final item is the budget for the fiscal year commencing October 1st, 2021. Is there a motion on that?
Motion to approve.
Moved by Commissioner Carollo, seconded by Commissioner Diaz-Labartia. I'll open to the public for comment. One thing to note, well, let's just go ahead and pass this budget. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Motion passes. And just like with the West Grove CRA, the Omni CRA is now handling all the administration of the Midtown CRA. And so we need to name, for the record, a director there. And my recommendation, if the board sees fit, is Anthony Balsabry, who is in-house, obviously, at the Omni CRA. Is there a motion to name
Motion.
Anthony as the director? Moved by Commissioner Carollo, seconded by Commissioner Diaz-Labartia. Is there any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes, and that adjourns our meeting. Thank you very much. We are heading back to the regular agenda as soon as we are ready. Tell me when you're ready.
Really?
Gentlemen, I thank you for the
Change the
abbreviated
date.
lunch. We are going to get a lot of work done today.
Mr. Chair, they have to change the tape.
Yep.
Okay.
Thank you. We are good. During the lunch break, I heard from the mayor, who was very thankful that we are all moving quickly to address our affordable housing crisis. However, on item PH4, the city coins item, he's been working on an initiative and would like to work with each of us in how those funds are spent more specifically. We passed a resolution, a pocket item resolution directing the manager to put everything, just sweep it toward affordable housing.
Absolutely.
But I think the mayor would like to reach out to each of us with more specific initiative within the tech equity world, meaning if tech is affecting it, how do we use that money to mitigate it? And so he's got some concepts within that. So is there a motion to reconsider PH4?
I'll move to reconsider.
Second.
Moved by Commissioner Diaz-Labartia, seconded by Commissioner Carollo. All in favor, say
Chair,
aye.
Chair.
Yes, sir.
I think it would be the reconsideration of,
I'm sorry, PI4. 3, thank you
PI
very
three.
much. Nope, PI 4.
4, yes.
Yep. Sorry, it's a reconsideration of PI 4. We have a
So moved.
motion and we have a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. I would like to capture, I believe, who was the original mover on PI 4? Was it Commissioner Watson or was that for the PI 3?
I think it was.
It was moved by Commissioner Diaz de la Portilla, seconded by
That's right.
Commissioner Reyes.
That's right. So we can either leave it with no action at this point, or we can give the manager direction. What would you like to do? You want to wait? and just hear from-
Give us some direction.
What's
Yeah,
that?
give direction.
Just give some direction. I think it's important to be a little bit clearer. I spoke to the mayor also.
Yep.
What he's looking at is, among many ideas, is to have tech-supported charter schools, things of that nature, so that some of the tech companies can pay for some of these charter schools or sponsor some of these charter schools. He talked to me a little bit about that. So he wants just to have a broader, not a specific mission statement, but just more things coming from the manager's office to us for future debate and future discussion from us. So there's no real allocation, just to what the manager's bringing back to us. As to what we should use that money for, which will include affordable housing and everything we talked about, just additional things and options that can be given to us to have a broader choice of, choices, basically. That's what it is.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chair, if that's what it is, I think we should do, instead of taking any action, against it, just to establish that the use is going to be broad use and has to come to the commission, and we decide if we can use it or not.
Right, but the idea was for the manager to come to us with what they think,
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's it.
That the manager include whatever it is.
whatever else he
Whatever it
wants
is.
to.
Whatever he wants to, and then we decide.
All right, so the motion is by Commissioner Diaz-Portilla directing the manager to come back with options for how the
All-
Miami City
any and all options.
proceeds can be
Any,
spent.
or
Moved by Commissioner Diaz-Portilla, seconded by Commissioner Reyes. Is there any further discussion? Is there any discussion from the public?
I like that word, any and all action.
That's good, it's very broad.
That is broad. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes on PI 4. All right, back to the regular agenda. We had already completed the CA agenda as well as the PH agenda. We are moving into the RE agenda. Just as a reminder, the deferred items or withdrawn items include 2, 3, 4, 7, 8, and 9. And Commissioner Carollo, with your permission, I'd like to batch the homeless items together, be all taken up at one time.
I agree.
So, so is there a motion to approve the remainder of the RE agenda?
So moved.
Outside of RE 10 and 11. Moved by Commissioner Diaz-Portilla, seconded by Commissioner Watson. Is there,
We have RE5 that was taken out too.
Yes.
Yes,
was that deferred?
Yeah, I was deferred, yes.
yes.
Oh, I missed that.
I'm sorry, Chair, RE5, FPL evolution agreements, that's on the agenda.
Yeah, that-
RE5.
The no, that's different than the FPL easement. That one was deferred. This one is about car chargers.
Car charges.
FPL wants to fund car charging
And
stations.
those are 2 stations per district, right? Is that the one?
station for district.
That one, okay, yeah.
So that one is still on the agenda.
Yeah, that is, and, which is the other one here, and,
So we're taking up RE1,
RE6,
5, and 6.
what
And
are we
12.
asking Biden?
We're asking them to include the entire watershed of South Florida as part of their infrastructure spend.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
I believe RE12 has an exhibit that needs to be handed out by someone because it's not in the record.
RE what?
12?
Yeah.
RE12 is an American Rescue Plan allocation.
Yes. That's
So
different.
that's a necessary vote before we go into our budget hearing,
Correct.
correct? So this is the big issue where everybody gets the little baggies of goodies.
So RE12's backup was not in the printed agenda. It's being handed out now. Is that correct?
I have no idea, sir. Unfortunately, it's not been shared.
I think the mayor's office was going to deliver.
Yeah.
All right.
Where's
But
Nick?
Barnaby, before you interrupted, we were talking about RE6.
Is RE9 part of this too?
It is.
Okay.
No, I'm sorry, that's deferred. That is
RE9
deferred.
was, until
withdrawn.
9/23. It was
Yes.
deferred.
So we are only taking up RE1,
3,
nope, 1, 5, 6, and 12 right now.
All right.
On 6, why are we asking the president for so little money?
It's not for us, actually. This is the $3.5 trillion infrastructure bill, which may or may not pass anyway, but it has nothing in it for the fixing between Lake Okeechobee and the Everglades that will restore and replenish our Biscayne aquifer, our drinking water, which keeps the pressure off the salt water that comes into our aquifer. And so we are asking Congress to include that in their,
But my understanding, Chairman, is that they have about $536 million of all kinds of turkey and pet projects for all the congressmen?
Yes.
But they're not including anything about Everglades restoration?
correct,
Wow.
correct.
Remember,
That is your president, right?
remember, he doesn't like our governor very much.
I don't think so.
I mean, that's why
It's got a whole bunch of bridges.
Florida's not getting the first.
It's got a whole bunch of bridges to nowhere, right?
That's right.
No, and in fact, it doesn't say it specifically here, but I'll be advocating to vote against the bill if it doesn't include
Okay,
the simple task of Everglades restoration.
I will agree.
So that's RE6.
Okay. This is, you're sponsoring that?
Yes.
Are you sure you only want 5 billion? You don't want to put any more in here?
Army Corps has a very specific line item. They said, if you give us the $5 billion, we will complete the project in 3 years instead of 10.
Okay, well,
Okay.
All right, so we have a motion, we have a second. Is there any further discussion on
Yeah,
those
yeah,
specific items?
Yes. Well, number 12, however I'm supposed to do that, I'd like for that to come out and be voted on separately.
I'm sorry?
RE 12.
What would you like to come out?
RE 12 to come out and be voted
Oh,
on.
pull it separately, yes. Okay, does the mover and seconder agree?
Yes.
Yes.
yeah.
All right, so we're just taking up RE1, RE5, and RE6 at this point. Thank you. Any further discussion on those 3 items? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes on RE1, 5, and 6. RE12, we'll start with a request for a motion before we get into discussion. Is there a motion on the allocation of American Rescue Plan funds?
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Diaz-Portilla, seconded by, I think Commissioner Reyes beat you to the punch. Commissioner Watson, you have, I'll open it up for the floor. Who has any discussion items on rescue plan?
No, I'm fine.
I know you are very much an environmentalist.
Commissioner Watson, you have any comments or questions on the American Rescue Plan item RE12? Is your microphone on?
My comments was just suggesting some numbers. I think it's straight now.
You're good.
So, do I amend these? Do I amend the numbers, or how does that go?
You have amendments to add?
Yes.
Yes, we can do that on the floor right now.
So, on the employee homeownership plan, I think one of my colleagues and I have had like minds, and that number should be 4 million instead of
Just
2.
a moment. Where is it in the backup? The home ownership program?
Yes.
It's on page 4 of what I've
City
just
Miami
handed out.
employee
It's
owned
currently
home.
500,000 in this, is that the one?
Yeah, but it should be. Yeah, it should have been. You say you have 500?
I see 500,000 in the backup for City of Miami. Oh, that's employee home ownership.
Yeah, employee homeownership.
Yes.
Right? It should be 2 million, right? That's what we have. And a number of our employees are living every place but in the city. And so to the extent they can get help to live in the city, maybe they'll appreciate positively some of the things that we have to deal with, right? Because a lot of them can't afford to be in the city. So that should have been moved to 4 million.
So you're going to take what's currently at 500,000?
Well, it's not. The City of Miami Employee Homeownership Program is listed as 2 million.
I've got it listed as 500,000 here. Are you,
So I
let me
need
see
to
if
have
we're
a
looking at
correction,
different
because
places.
mine says, oh, am I looking at old documents? Okay. Okay. So now somebody will get hit even worse, huh? the City of Miami homeownership employee program should at least at a minimum be $2 million. Right? I don't know where it comes from, but it should come from somewhere.
Well, that's kind of my question, right? Maybe Nick can clarify. Are there any, because he spoke to the commissioner, are any, if you don't mind,
Of course.
are
Name for
any
the
of these
record.
changes,
Nicholas Pasquale, Chief of Staff to Mayor Francis Suarez.
do any of these changes impact the conversation that I think all of us have had with your office on the specific allocations for the different districts that everyone is kind of, okay, I think, my understanding is okay with, because it's equitable, although it gives Commissioner Russell a lot more than he really
In
should
order
be
to-
getting, but we're in a good mood,
city.
it's for the city, because it's big projects, but everybody has more or less the same amount.
Right, we
Does
we
this-
can definitely fulfill the commissioner's request. It would be taken from the revenue loss portion of the,
From the revenue loss portion, not from
Correct.
the reserves?
not from the reserves.
So, Nick, that would be an amendment from 500,000 up to 2 million.
2 million.
For the City of Miami Employee Housing, Home Ownership Program. Is that correct?
Correct.
That's your request,
And
Commissioner?
that's citywide?
That is citywide.
Okay, okay,
Okay.
Got it.
that's fine.
Does the mover and seconder approve that
None
amendment?
of our allocations are going to be affected.
Correct.
No,
Okay, fine.
Does the mover and seconder approve of that?
yes.
Okay, good. 2 million there. Commissioner Watson, are there any other amendments?
Now that I have the correct forms, I don't see, I'm fine. Yeah, I'm fine.
Thank you very much. And for my part, it won't be on this agenda. We were trying to get it ready for this agenda, but it's probably going to come at the next agenda. We're looking to do land acquisition for affordable housing.
Yes.
And one of the projects I'm working on is with Casa Valentina, which helps former foster youth. I believe they said that you visited their facility
I did.
in the West Grove.
I did, and they need a lot of help, and if whatever you're going to do, I will help you get them funds, because those people are doing an excellent job with our youth.
So this is my goal of utilizing a partnership between
Yes.
the West Grove CRA, which doesn't have funding yet, but it can start doing TIF agreements, it can start doing some minor grants for the future, but we need to help with the land acquisition portion. So that's one of the main initiatives of of the portion that I've had a hand in affecting is land acquisition for affordable housing, and I just wanted you to know Casa Valentina is going to be coming down the line, so if you guys want to get familiar with them, it's an amazing organization.
It's amazing what they do.
Yeah.
Can I just ask a question right quick? You know, some time ago, we were asked about parks for public Wi-Fi, and now where did that go? Where is it?
It should be in the IT section, the Parks Pilot Program and an expansion for connectivity.
And that's coming up how? When? When is that going to come up? I guess I put a park in, I thought it was already being done, and they called and said they had spotty Wi-Fi, and I'm like, well, wait a minute, I thought it was already in.
This is more of an allocation for that bucket of funding,
Okay.
and then from there, they'll identify
So
3 to 5.
it was never funded.
The specific park, not that I'm aware of, no.
All right, okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Any further discussion on the American Rescue Plan allocation? So this is the full 137 million. This isn't just this year's spend, correct?
Correct, this is over the 2 years.
Yes. Okay,
So for the city programs, it would be half this year and then half the following year. So to use Commissioner Watson's homeownership for city employees, it would be a $2 million allocation, but there'll be $1 million available this year with an additional $1 million available next year.
And there will be, and there will be a debate for additional allocations within these segments, right? So we can go into the itemization process and all that as we move forward, right?
Correct.
Right, within the existing homeownership
Yes.
program, right?
Correct.
We'll have those conversations. And there'll still be the 17 million, I think it is in reserves, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Question for Mr. Mensa's department. Good afternoon, your name for the record, please?
Good afternoon, George Mensah, Director, Housing and Community Development Department.
So one of the things that was brought up in public comment this morning had to do with Hamilton. I don't want to put this in the lens of Hamilton. I want to put this in the lens of the city of Miami currently recovering from a pandemic. We've got people being evicted with the evictions being lifted. Do we have funds to assist people with relocation who are being evicted?
That's correct. Correct. We do have funds for relocation expenses. As you know, there was recently a property that was declared unsafe at 50/50, I believe, Northwest 7th. We did provide assistance to all the individuals who went to hotels. Those funds were from the ESGCB funds that we received.
Mr. Chair.
Hold on, because that's in my district. I just want to make sure it's clarification. My understanding is, for clarification purposes, my understanding is that that was done by the Homeless Trust, the placement of the people at the Hampton Inn. It wasn't done by city funds.
No, it was done. We're using city funds by Camilo's house,
It was by Camilo's house. It wasn't a Homeless Trust.
not Homeless Trust. No,
Okay.
they assisted. They all together, they assisted in making some things get done, yes.
Okay, just so you know, because Ron Book took credit for it, just so you know.
So how much is it, and how is it to be deployed for people who are facing eviction?
Currently, we have $5 million for that part of money to assist in those, in that particular relocation assistance.
And when you mentioned, Commissioner, it's in your district?
5050 Northwest 7th Street is in my district.
But so these funds are specific for evictions from that property?
No, it's
for
eviction
everyone.
in general.
What's in your district? I apologize. I'm sorry, I'm not following.
5050 Northwest 7th Street.
And what is that facility?
It's a building that was declared unsafe. and
Yes.
They were all taken out of the building.
Yes.
And situated in temporary housing at a hotel.
Yes.
So they fortified the building.
Yes, but
To
the
shore
amount
up
you're
the building.
saying, you said what, 500,000?
No, $5 million.
$5 million.
is allocated for that program, yes.
But not just for that building?
No.
Okay, so that's why I wasn't making the connect. I
Don't worry,
apologize.
don't worry. I don't make that kind of a candy grab. That's,
So $5 million is available to all
Yes.
residents of the city of Miami
Yes.
facing eviction. And what,
No, Commissioner, let me restate that. We have over, right now, $22 million that will be coming next commission meeting for eviction due to COVID. So that's very different from eviction, other types of evictions. So if somebody is being evicted because they weren't able to pay their rent, we have more than $22 million currently, which will be coming to commission next, I believe, October 14th. So that is there. And then we have people who are not being evicted due to COVID, but being evicted for other reasons, like unsafe structure. So we have that $5 million that takes care of those type of evictions.
so you have a $5 million program to help people relocate if they're being evicted because of unsafe structures?
Other reasons, yes.
Or other reasons?
Yes.
And then 22 million to help people with evictions if it's due to COVID?
Yes.
And not that they had COVID, but that COVID affected their inability to pay their rent?
COVID in some way affected they have to show that the COVID in some way affected their ability to either they got laid off or something happened to them. Yes.
Got it. So, for example, the people who were here this morning asking us to allocate funds, and they said ARPA simply because they saw that was on our agenda, you're here to say that there is a fund that they could apply to of $5 million with assistance for relocation.
Yes, I think their issues has always been the ability to qualify because some of them are very high income and therefore they're not able to qualify the income levels that we need.
Thank you. So what is the qualification to be applicable for that $5 million?
80% of median income is generally what is required. If on safe structure purposes, everybody qualifies for the next 6 weeks or so. We can put them in a hotel or so. But to get them permanent housing, we have to make sure that they meet the requirement of income.
So if it's for unsafe structures, it doesn't matter their income level at this point?
We're able to help them right
For
away.
what period of time?
I believe it's 6 weeks, and we can extend it based on how they're able to relocate.
Or temporary housing. So
Yes.
hotels, things of that nature. So
Got it, but it's not moving expenses to get them into a new
no.
location. It's
Matter
very-
of fact,
We did help with moving expenses
can.
immediately, yes.
for them.
You could.
But matter of fact, because 50/50 was on the 123 list,
Right.
okay? So the priority is going to be given on the 123 list.
Yes. Yes, but it says, and other reasons, right? So,
Yeah, I think the issue that has been with the other property is that they are not used, I don't know if they used unsafe structure statute to be able to evict them. I think they are using, those are what we call man-made evictions. Somebody just typically decided that they are not going to.
their claim, the developer's claim, is that they identified something that needs fixing in the building, which will preclude anyone from living there while they fix it. So I don't know, it hasn't been classified as an unsafe structure by the city, So are you saying these funds would not be applicable to that sort of eviction?
Not on a general wholesale basis, but any individual who qualifies based on income can be assisted.
Got it. Got it. And that's 5 million. And so, and is there a limit what each person can apply for within that 5 million?
They have a limit on, in the first instance, there's no limit in terms of when they're doing temporary, but when it goes to number of months, we don't have a limit, we just have number of months. They can only stay, you can have them for 12 months, and then they have to find a way to live on their own.
Got it. So from what it sounds like, though, of all the options you've created available here, none of them would be applicable to those residents who are here today. Is that?
Whose income, if their income, like I said, is there's a needs-based. If they are low income, yes. If they're not at low income, no.
Got it. So they're being, yes, they're some, and some of them may be. I don't know their personal financial situation, but it's 80% of the AMI.
Yes.
Correct?
That's correct.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Mensah.
Thank you.
All right. Are there any further comments or questions on the ARPA budget? All right. Do we have a motion in a second, Mr.
Yes,
Clerk?
I
We
move.
do. Hello. Would you like to address us on the ARPA?
Just some information. Hilda Fernandez, Camillus House, 1603 Northwest 7th Avenue. There is a website, stopevictionnow.org, where anyone who believes may qualify for this assistance, specifically this county and city money, your $5 million, they can go on there. It tells you the rent limit, how much their income limits are. If they qualify, they answer 7 questions. If they don't qualify, then they're sent to other resources based on the fact they don't qualify for this program. Stopevictionnow.org, and that was set up to be able to assist individuals who are at risk of homelessness, such as the clients, in particular, the individuals from those households from 5050 Northwest 7th. And there was over 80 households that were assisted. They are in hotel, but they are being provided relocation assistance. They're being case managed. So it's not just providing them a hotel room. We have case managers going out to the hotel, meeting with the families, and helping them move into other locations.
I had, if I may, I had a meeting with 9 of those residents last Friday. I think their time runs out for the hotel on September 30th, and they were seeking an extension of that. Are you doing that as well?
It'll be a case-by-case basis. They have been there since August 9th.
I know.
So generally speaking, they try to move folks out within 30 days. But if someone needs more time because they're looking for housing that's appropriate for their household, for their situation, then we will work with them. But the idea is obviously to allocate the funds for their next opportunity. We give them the security deposit, the first month's rent. We can even pay for moving if we have to.
And are you helping them with the application process? Because a lot of these people are seniors that cannot go on site, online, and fill out the application. So they call your office, you'll be able to tell them, hey, you know, come over here, we'll fill it out for you. Or you go to the hotel, to Hampton, and you'll tell them, we'll fill it out for you.
With the families that are, all these households that have been affected by these condemnations, we go to the site and meet with them there. Our teams go to the locations to meet with them, and they're bilingual, in some cases trilingual, because we realize that a lot of these individuals, if they're older, are going to need help with any of the paperwork. So we have a homeless helpline. The county operates a homeless helpline, and we run the homeless prevention part of it. So we walk them through that process.
But let's be specific about this, the 50/50 building.
We've been there. Mhm.
If we've allocated, right now, we're about to allocate $5 million for this, continuing this program, right? The question is, how many applications have you filled out for these people in 50/50 that are staying at the Hampton Inn?
So the allocation was done. We've been under contract with the city since July.
Right.
A portion of the money is for prevention, and I will tell you right now how many people have been assisted from 50/50. There were 138 units evacuated, 83 households have been assessed, and 79 households placed in hotel.
Right.
Some of the individuals moved in with their families, for example.
Right.
But those that did not have any resource were placed in a hotel, a very nice hotel, and we've provided we literally send our teams out there and have been case managing.
If I may, be more specific about what case management is. Have you filled out the applications for any of these 79 people?
That's exactly what we do through case management.
I know. How many people have completed their applications?
Of this, I cannot tell you specifically, so I'd be making it up. Of the 79, I will tell you, if they are in hotel, then they have been attached to case management. A case manager has met with them, has identified their unique situation and what it's going to take to move them into alternative housing. One of the initial issues is the uncertainty by the building in giving information about whether they were going to fix the issues. There's always a hope by a lot of these individuals that they have a chance to go back to where they've been living, especially if they've lived there for a long time. So that has been a little bit of a challenge, but we assist them with whatever paperwork is necessary, Commissioner.
Can you work with my office, go case by case basis to see how many people have actually filled out the application? Of course, you're correct. There are some people that have the hope of returning to the house. There's a big, for lack of a better term, civil war between
Yes.
the condo association and these people. So they're kind of caught in the middle. There's like two different factions there. So the issue becomes, I would like to know my office, and I would like to know, you can work with Carly sitting back there, my chief of staff, and sort of help us. Well, 10 people have filled out the application. This person's missing that person's missing that, so we can work together.
Okay,
So
that'd be great.
give them a sense of certainty of what their future looks like, right?
That would be fantastic.
Because right now, they're very scared that on September 30th, in 17 days, they're gonna be left without a home. And they may not know, they can't go online, they may not know the process, you know, they may be scared, they may be hoping they can return back to their homes. They may be hoping that the building will be shored up. That's part of the conversation that we have with them, that they're gonna shore up the building in 4 columns. All these conversations have been taking place, and they're very confused. So I'll have the answers for them, right? All I told them was that I want to put some money in the budget for them, but I was also going, a separate budget item, but I was also going to make sure that I spoke to you guys so you could give them more time if they haven't filled out their applications at the hotel.
I'll meet with my staff and make sure they understand we need to be considerate of the fact that not everybody can move at the same speed.
Sure, that's the only thing,
But again, at
yeah.
least the 83 households, when we say they've been assessed, that means they met with a case manager and started the process of determining what was going to be.
But you couldn't tell me.
But I will give you the details.
Please, I need to know how many of those people have been deemed qualified to get this help or not. How many don't qualify? That's
Fair
what I
enough.
need to know.
We'll get you that
Thank you.
information.
And Carla back there is my chief of staff, Carla Fortuny. And you can talk to her.
I'll give her my card.
Thank you so much for
No
helping.
problem. Thank you.
Is that money, are they being helped out of that original tranche of money, the 5.1 million we gave you 2 or 3 months ago?
So that $5 million is the CARES Act 2 funding that was allocated to us
Right.
back in July.
Right.
And it's for a combination of homeless prevention, and this is a case of
Right,
homeless
that's what I'm saying.
prevention,
So that-
or
okay.
rapid rehousing, which is to move people quickly out of homelessness if they become homeless. So in this case, the people from condemned buildings, and we have had 4 buildings so far condemned in the last few months after Surfside, another 2 pending sort of. In fact, the total number of households that have, of buildings that have been condemned since this started is, about 500. It's 5 buildings, how many units? Probably about 300.
For the
so
city of
units.
Miami?
But in Miami, the 5050 Northwest 7th was the one that we have been engaged with, which is in the Commissioner's District. And we are using these funds for those that are eligible to assist them, again, in relocating into stable housing somewhere else in the community.
So there was about 4,000 applications. What's happening, what's the tabulation on the 14.1 million eviction money we gave you?
So on the eviction side, again, as Mr. Mensah explained, if someone is not eligible for your emergency rental assistance program, so the city received $14 million for displaced workers, a hospitality worker who's getting evicted, all that money was a different pot of money.
Right.
Then you had the CARES Act 2 funding, which is a particular HUD program, Emergency Solutions Grant Program, which is for the extremely poor individuals that don't get the other assistance but would qualify for this. So those are folks that are earning at the lower end of the scale, 31, one person earning a lot less money. And I cannot tell you how many applications we received. I know we're starting to see the uptick of calls to the Homeless Prevention Helpline. The moratorium created a reality where a lot of people waited and not necessarily start the process. We anticipate that is going to change very quickly now that the moratorium is ended.
But because you received a lot of applications, we never did an accounting of what was left or who was served.
That was with your city money, not
Right.
the CARES Act money. That
Right.
Mr. Mensah would have to speak to that.
And so of that 5 million, how much more do we have left to service people on that list, like on the one?
So we just started the contract in July.
Okay,
I can tell you that so far, year to date, just with this relocation program, helping these households is over $300,000 that have been expended in the last a month and a half because of the costs associated with placing these 70-something households in a hotel, providing them assistance with food, providing them rental assistance, move-in assistance to get them out. We are right now at a little over $300,000 spent just on this one condemned building, and that's
But-
coming out of the CARES Act.
I know, but what's important is if you have to itemize it, where that money has gone. Is it only for the hotel? Is it for administrative expenses? For what other expenses have you used that money for? To make sure that we're accountable to the way that money's being spent?
Absolutely. Our invoicing is very specific under that program. We've submitted an invoice package to the city. I'd be happy to share a copy with you. It itemizes it by expenses.
I'm surprised that you didn't bring in fact, that's the only building in the city of Miami that's been declared unsafe. There's no other building in the city of Miami. A residential. I'm talking about residential. That's the only building.
In the city.
So I'm sure, I want this to happen, but I predict there will be more buildings along the way. So we want to make sure that we allocate the resources to cover everybody who falls under these dire circumstances. So for me, it's important to know how you're spending that money. And for example, I would like to know how much you're paying the hotel per night.
We can provide you that information.
Yeah, we want to make sure that the money's well spent. And that it's well negotiated with the hotel. Because there may be other hotels that may give us a better deal, right? So that, I project, there'll be other residential complexes that will have this problem.
Yes, sir.
And maybe 5 million is not enough, maybe we need 10 million, I don't know, as we move forward, you know? Well, there'll be budget reallocation along the way, and we want to make sure that we are adequately funding this program.
Absolutely, sir. And we'd be happy to provide you that information. It's public information, so we'd be happy to provide you a copy of that as well.
Thank you, thank you.
You're welcome.
If I could just reiterate one more point, Vicki Millett, Executive Director of the Homeless Trust. We have been through 5 of these large-scale condemnations so far. It is so important that the residents get some sort of clarity on what the future holds, because if they think that their building is going to reopen, they will not pursue other housing options. And we can have all the applications we want filled out, but if they have some hope that at the end of September, 50/50 is going to reopen, that's their first choice. They want to return to where all their belongings are and what they know. If that's not going to happen, though, we have to tell them, it's time to go out and pursue other options. We are committed to making sure no one hits the street, even if those sources do run out, which I don't foresee happening at this point in time. And I'll just point out that we're not a direct service provider. We contract, just as you do, with the Camillus Houses of the world. But as you know, Commissioner, we were on the ground. We identified the hotel. We make sure that all of the troubleshooting happens. We are a coordinating entity. So yes, we do have some hand in making sure that these condemnations are handled efficiently and expediently, because they are all urgent cases.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, Vicki and Hilda both, while I thank you for your work and service, I say this with all respect and affection, this body wants to put you out of a job. If we eliminate homelessness in the city of Miami from a functional basis, your mission will be accomplished. So that is our goal, and the spend within the American Rescue Plan, as well as the Miami Forever Bond, and all the other work that this body is taking on, including a lot of the items Commissioner Correa is bringing up later, are all going to that end. So thank you for your service. Is there any further comments on the American Rescue Plan funding recommendations? Seeing none, all in favor of RE 12, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes.
As amended.
Thank you very much. That's a big one. All right, I'd like to have the city attorney please read the second and first reading ordinances into the record, please. That's SR1, FR2, and FR5. We'll skip FR4 for now, please.
Say the ordinances again.
SR1, FR2, and FR5.
Thank you. An ordinance of the Miami City Commission by a 4/5 affirmative vote amending Chapter 2, Article 10, Section 2-817 of the Code of the City of Miami, Florida is amended, titled Administrative Code Enforcement, Administrative Fines, Liens, to provide for irreparable or irreversible violations of up to $15,000 for persons or entities found in violation of Chapter 22 of the City Code, further amending Chapter 22, Article 1, Section 22-93 of the City Code titled Garbage and Other Solid Waste, in general, enforcement and administrative fees, to provide for increased penalties and prosecution options, to enforce the City of Miami's solid waste laws pertaining to illegal dumping and other violations of Chapter 22 of the City Code containing a severability clause providing for an effective date. FR2,
Yes, please.
an ordinance of the Miami City Commission amending Chapter 54, Article 5, Section 54-190 of the Code of the City of Miami, Florida, as amended, titled Streets and Sidewalks, Base Building Lines, Non-Standard Street Widths, by modifying the width of Southwest 23rd Avenue from Southwest 17th Alley to Southwest 18th Street, Miami, Florida, and Southwest 17th Terrace from Southwest 22nd Avenue to Southwest 23rd Avenue, renumbering certain subsections containing a severability clause and providing for an effective date. And FR5, an ordinance of the Miami City Commission amending Chapter 10, Article 5 of the Code of the City of Miami, Florida, as amended, titled Buildings Code Relief Program, more particularly by amending Section 10-70 to extend the deadline for code relief program containing a severability clause and providing for an immediate effective date.
Thank you very much. Is there a motion on SR1, FR2, and FR5? And FR5, code relief. Moved by Commissioner Reyes, seconded by Commissioner Carollo. And SR1 is a 4/5, by the way. Is there any further discussion on those three items?
For FR5, Chairman, I just wanted to clarify that between first and second reading, we're going to scratch out the actual sunset date. So that'll be a change between first and second reading.
You don't need an amendment for that at this point?
No, I just
Okay,
wanted to
it's on the record.
advise. Thank you.
Thank you. All in favor of those three items, say aye. Any opposed? Motion passes on SR1, FR2, FR5.
Could you give me a plan by later this week how we're going to roll out SR1? Because we need to really move with this quickly.
We'll get you a plan by Friday.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you. I'd like to take up PZ 2 and 3 if the planning director is here.
Before that,
Yes, Commissioner.
through the chair, Mr. Manager, Arturito. Oh,
Arturito 1.
okay. Mr. Manager, you know that when we passed this illegal dumping and the fines were increased, we spoke about letting every single resident in the city of Miami to know, inform them that of this action, inform them where they can, what they can bring out, what they cannot bring out, and the days that they are going to be collected.
That's right.
And I think it is a fair thing to do is to inform every single resident. And I am also, I would like for you, Mr. Manager, to try to contact and request from the media, you see, some public service information, letting people know that they are going to be paying a lot more unless they complied with it. Okay?
Yes, sir. Do you want an update on our communication plan? Where do you want to give them one?
Hello, Wade Sanders, City of Miami Solid Waste Director. We have plans that when we roll this out, which we are planning to roll out in October, to educate everyone exactly what we are doing as far as the increase. With those individuals, along with our code enforcement individuals, when we go out and do our bliss, we make sure that we put that literature out there for those individuals, letting them know that those fines can go up to $15,000 or whatever it is that we sought for. They can go up to those fines. They will be educated. The mail-outs will be going out, which is geared once we go through the October the new fiscal year thing. Those things are ready to be mailed out and educate all of the residents in the city of Miami.
But that educational process cannot be only a one-shot deal, you see?
No.
We have to continue, so that is why I will request from, different radio stations and
right,
TV stations, you see that, and a public service announcement in order for people not to know.
So what we're doing, the plan is to, as far as the mail-outs, we're doing the mail-outs. We're also doing the radio station. We're also putting it on the bus benches. We're also doing things that are the wraps on our vehicles, on our personal vehicles, to get that information out to make those individuals aware of it. And the campaign consists of it. We call it the RED program, Report Illegal Dumping. That's what a couple of the young people came up with within our department, which was Katie and Mauricio, which was a great idea. It sticks with what the plan is. But the media stuff, the radio, the TVs, yes, we all have all that's ready to go out, which we're rolling out in October 1.
Thank you, sir. Just making sure.
Yes, sir.
Let me ask a question, though. In this whole thing you're rolling out, how much money is allocated for communicating this to the public? Because the last one I saw is not enough.
Yeah, okay. Can you give me 1 minute?
40,000?
No, it's a little more than that, I think.
Okay, good. We changed. Okay, good. So while also you're looking for that, you should know in some areas.
I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
It's 72,000.
72,000.
72,000
Okay,
for the new fiscal year for our Media Bliss.
Thank you, Mr.
education.
Manager. I appreciate it.
Okay.
Thank you. You should also know, too, that it has to be coordination. We're not coordinating. I mean, we're not coordinating. If the police department finds an abandoned structure and they say something, and then code doesn't say anything, at least in my district, those residents are screwed, because where you find bad lots and abandoned houses, you find a lot of illegal dumping, right?
Right.
And so we also supposed to have inspectors and cameras, and all that has to be in sync, because otherwise people come and they tell the residents to go in the house or whatever. So it's got to be in sync with what we're doing, right? You know, find places where we put these cameras up, and if the police department identifies a location, then code has to immediately now help us.
Right. Also,
deal
to
with
let
it,
you
right?
know, Commissioner, what we've done working with the police department is that we are now bringing them over into the solid waste department. We have a room that we're going to set up to set that
And all those new
that
cameras
camera.
and stuff are
And that's
activated?
going to be housed right there with us, and they'll be,
Thank you.
handled by us.
Thank you.
Okay?
Thank you, sir. Thank you
Good.
very much.
Thank you. All right, Commissioner.
And also thank you for every time that we let you know that there is illegal dumping and there is dumping when.
Thank you.
And you always answer, people always be
Thank you,
are there
Commissioner.
real fast.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Good.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the commission. Just Armando Aguilar, Assistant Chief of Police. Just to pick up on what Mr. Sanders said also, we went live today with Crime Stoppers of Miami-Dade in taking illegal dumping tips, and so Crime Stoppers is also going to be part of the public information strategy. And so they'll be paying out a reward of $500 for anybody that calls in a felony or commercial amount of illegal dumping. And so we are working with Code in our real-time crime center, with Solid Waste in our real-time crime center and monitoring the cameras. Year to date, we've already made more illegal dumping arrests than all of last year, so we're moving in the right direction.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Are we ready to move on to PZs 2 and 3? All good? Good afternoon, Mr. Planning Director. Mr. Watson, these are in your district, I believe. How would you like to move forward?
Did you ever reach the neighbor next door?
Yes, we have Iris Escara with offices at 33 Southeast 2nd Avenue. We did, and we've coordinated with him a new fence that we're putting on the side between ourselves and them, and we're actually putting up the fence even before we start construction in order to mitigate any dust or anything that happens. Because right now it's a dirt, and it's very sandy, so he has concerns about like dust move me, because it's just a chain link fence now,
So
but
they're
we've
protected.
coordinated that with him, and we've offered that we're going to build that first.
Okay, all right. So move.
PZs 2 and 3 have been moved. Is there a second, Commissioner Croyle? Seconded by Commissioner Croyle. Would you like to read these into the record, Madam City Attorney?
PZ 1,
PZ 2 and 3.
PZ 2. An ordinance of the Miami City Commission with attachments amending ordinance number 10544 as amended the future land use map of the Comprehensive Neighborhood Plan pursuant to small-scale amendment procedures subject to section 163-3187 Florida statutes by changing the future land use designation from medium-density multifamily residential to medium-density restricted commercial of the .158 acres described herein of real property at 180 Northeast 50th Street, Miami, Florida, as more particularly described in Exhibit A attached and incorporated, making findings containing a severability clause and providing for an effective date. PZ 3, an ordinance of the Miami City Commission with attachments amending zoning atlas of ordinance number 13114, the zoning ordinance of the City of Miami, Florida, is amended by changing the zoning classification from T4R, urban transit zone restricted, to T4L, general urban transit zone limited, of the property generally located at 180 Northeast 50th Street, Miami, Florida, is more particularly described in Exhibit A attached and incorporated, making findings containing a severability clause and providing for an effective date.
Thank you very much. There's a motion, there's a second. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes on PZ 2 and 3.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Iris. Mr. Clerk, do you need MV1 to be withdrawn?
No, sir, we're good to go.
So there's no action necessary, even though it's on the agenda?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. In that case, let's take up the boards and committees, please.
Thank you, Chair. Item BC7, Code Enforcement Board. Commissioner Carroyo will be appointing Yvonne Bayona.
Is there a motion? Commissioner Reyes moves, Commissioner Watson seconds. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes.
That concludes the boards and committees.
Thank you very much. Gentlemen, we are going to be out of here with time to spare. You can take a nap before the budget hearing. But for now, we got a little bit of business left. We have the remaining discussion items and then the batch of the homeless-related items. And that is it, if I'm not mistaken. So let's do the discussion items first to get them out of the way. And then we'll save the best for last, Commissioner Carroyo, the homeless issues that you'd like to tackle. So DI1 is legislative priorities. Who is presenting? Whose item is this?
Donnie Wolf will be presenting. Give us 2 minutes. We'll be right back.
You need some time for that to get them here? I can move on.
If you want to advance, well, when he gets here, you can do it.
All right, DI3, Status of Solid Waste Reward Program.
Again, Wade Sanders, City of Miami Solid Waste Director. The rewards program. That's the all right. All right. So, yeah, you can come if you want to. So the reward program, reward program that was put in place was for the illegal dumping throughout the city. And we was mandated to come up with a plan to address the illegal dumping and how we would pay out that reward. We got the department together and we're working with Crime Stoppers and 311. The individuals are able to call in the Crime Stoppers, they'll be anonymous. But if they call in the 311, they will not be, it won't go under anonymous. And we are also working with budget and finance to pull an account together so that those funds that we get from the violators, we use those funds to pay out those monies to the ones that report the illegal dumping. And that way, that this program will be self-sufficient where it takes care of itself. So with that, we work with them, we're working with them, and now the last thing is just waiting until working with the police department, waiting for the chief to tell us that it's ready to roll out. He said earlier that he met with them today. They did a pilot program. The pilot program worked. I guess a few people called in to test to see exactly how it would flow through. So those individuals will receive those monies. I think also staff identified if individuals try to duplicate and get the $500 fee twice, it's able to, kick them out, whether they only get that $500 fee once. So that's the program. It's ready to roll out. I hope I answered it correctly, Commissioner.
Again, that you will be ready to roll this program out.
When?
By when?
October 1. We was waiting for this approval for the increase in the fees, because the fees are what we're going to use to let it pay for itself. So we were targeting October 1 to roll out everything, but since the chief already tested it, they did the pilot program, we're ready to roll it out. It was just waiting to get those funds. So when individuals start calling in, asking for their reward, which consists of, it got to be either a fine or a conviction in order to receive those funds, then we're able to pay them out of that.
Okay, well, let's just make sure that we've sent direct information to each household in the city.
Yes.
That we do sufficient advertisement.
Yes.
And the manager has spoken to me about that we do public service commercials and ads, not just in our own TV, but to try to get it out in regular television.
Yes.
Whatever we can get on radio.
Right.
And in any additional way through your department that we could get that out.
Yes, so for right now, what we're doing, Commissioner, what we have in place, Spanish radio, Creole radio, the regular radio, we're looking at social media. We're looking at taking care of the trolley systems, doing the raps on the trolley system, posting it on the trolley system,
right.
Billboards, and the bus benches. The direct mailers that we're looking to mail out, we're looking to mail those out, and when we go out to any of the associations, when we're doing our rounds and stuff with a homeowners association, we'll make sure we pass that literature out and make sure that they get that and understand what the reward program is.
Thank you.
Okay.
Any further discussion on the solid waste reward program?
So that's the reward program. The communication effort is going to be language friendly, right?
Say
It'll
that
be
again,
language friendly, appropriate, however you want to call it. So you're doing this both in Spanish, Creole.
Right. Spanish, Creole, American radio station.
Because some of those mediums don't necessarily work for certain communities.
Okay.
The Cuban community, Haitian community are heavy radio oriented. And some may not look at trolleys, you know what I mean, as opposed to hitting them with the mediums that they get a lot of their information from. So.
Okay, we'll look into it. Good?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Don't go too far, right?
And that is DI3 done. I'd like to go back to DI1, legislative priorities.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair, Commissioners. This discussion item from the City Manager's Office, I'm Donnie Wolf, Senior Advisor to the City Manager. Good afternoon.
Donnie, is this your first time appearing before us?
It is.
And you are our legislative liaison, what is the exact?
So the exact title is Senior Advisor to the Manager, but I'm encompassing also the government affairs and legislative role as well.
Got it. So anything that we're working on as legislative priorities to the state and federal government, you're our guy.
Correct. County as well.
Got it.
Yeah.
I'd like your cell phone, please.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
So this discussion item is here before you today to let you know that we are currently preparing a living, breathing document of legislative priorities like we did last year for the state legislative session. This time, the document is begun and will be complete right around the time that the committees first begin. So the good news is we have now priorities. We're in communication with our contracted lobbying teams. The commission officers should have a copy. If you do not, I have extra copies up here for your review. But more importantly, if you haven't submitted any of your priorities or specific appropriations as of yet, have no fear. We're collecting them and we're adding them to the list. However, the manager wanted to give you all an opportunity to discuss priorities and appropriations amongst each other.
Thank you. Commissioners, is there anything you'd like to bring up specifically? I mean, you can always reach out directly to the manager as well as Donnie to add your items. Is there anything you'd like to bring up together with us?
Whatever I had is in here, but whatever we propose.
Got it. The only one that's been added, which is on its way to the mayor's signature right now, is the Rezo urging Congress on the infrastructure bill with regard to the Everglades. There is a transportation infrastructure meeting tomorrow, committee meeting tomorrow, and if the mayor signs, which I believe he will soon, we'd like to transmit that and urge all of our delegation in Florida not to vote yes on the infrastructure bill unless it includes the money for the Everglades.
Understood.
Thank you. Go ahead, sir.
How does this coincide with our stormwater plan that they've been floating around? Does it coincide at all on this legislative priorities?
It absolutely does. We're still working with our contracted lobbying teams too, to have the right tact so that when we do approach session in the committees, we're working all the right angles for all of our appropriations, but the answer is yes.
And then I know everybody's talking about this on the film side, since that was big for us at one point. Maybe we should have a film, something we supporting as relates to the film industry.
Sure, we're happy to consider and add it.
And this says draft, so when do we finalize this?
Either the next or following commission meeting, we'll have another either agenda item or discussion where this board can bless it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well done. Welcome. So that is DI-1. I'd like to take up DI-5, inmates released into the city of Miami. Whose discussion item is this?
Commissioner Carollo?
Commissioner Carollo? You have a discussion item about inmates released into the city of Miami. You have the floor. Mr. Manager? Discussion regarding inmates released into the city of Miami.
For some time now, we have had a county that has a jail well outside of the city of Miami. The jail, in fact, is unincorporated Miami-Dade, going almost into a little further into the boundaries of Doral and the city of Medley. They purposely do not let any of the inmates that are arrested countywide out of that jail. They claim that they have to send them back to the city of Miami facilities up at 12th Avenue, where they process them to get them out. What has been happening traditionally for years is that when many of these individuals are let out, they're let out into the city of Miami. The first place that some of them go to try to find money, food, is in the Alapata area. From there, they cross into the bridge into my district, and Little Havana gets hit. Then they cross into downtown, District 5, and those that make it to District 4, all in the city of Miami. This is not fair to the city of Miami, that the county is letting all the inmates out in the city of Miami limits. I could accept that inmates that are arrested by Miami police in the city of Miami are let out here, but not for the whole entire population of greater Miami-Dade County to be let out here. This is costing us a tremendous additional amount of dollars that we have to put towards this in all kinds of services, not just police services. And I'd like the administration to explain to me what it feels that we could do to put a stop to this. Now, if the county's just going to flip a sign, you know, like one of those that you recently shown, that they're okay, or fix another sign to us with maybe a different finger up and the rest down, that's fine, but I want to be ready to take whatever legal action our city can take in the courts so that we get some relief. Now, Mr. Manager, Madam City Attorney, what say you that this city could do in trying to talk to the county in the most diplomatic ways to see if they will change this? And if not, what, Madam City Attorney, can we do to correct this through the courts? And last but not least, the chief can address, if he so wishes, what strains and costs it is causing to our police department and some other of our agencies that work with police in homelessness in the streets and in other ways.
So if I may, Chief, so we've had conversations, we had a conversation with them last year administratively, and we really had no response. That was under a different administration. So I think the first order of business would be to reach out to the current county government, the mayor in particular, since she oversees corrections, which is the department responsible for inmate release. If you'd like, I can reach out to her, express this commission's desire to address that particular situation, make it more equitable, and then see what kind of response I get. I can certainly report back to this commission at the next meeting to see if there's been any movement or traction on that. I would certainly encourage this commission to pass a reso to that effect, and that would certainly give the political support required, you know, and obviously this discussion is a preamble to that, but I would really, really recommend that the commission pass a resolution. It would add a little value to it in terms of my discussion with the county mayor and her administrative staff.
We direct the city attorney to draft a resolution to that effect. And I'm going to ask a question. It might sound, you see, stupid or whatever, but can we pick them up and send them back and drive them back? Look at Jeff. Look at Jeff.
So we could potentially have certain shuttle services to the locations where they came from, like their homes or what have you.
Yeah.
Something like that. I don't necessarily think we could just take them back to TTK.
Can we ask you to see that they be released at the point of where they were arrested, something like that, you know, try to establish some type of policy.
We could definitely
What
look into
will it take? What will it take to go to court or whatever. I don't know.
So I believe, as the manager said, first we're going to talk to the administration, and then if that goes nowhere, then we'll take legal action, whether that's a 164 proceeding or court, we will definitely do so.
Could you do some legal research? Did that happen in any other areas of the country?
We'll do.
Well, can we make any financial claim against the county for doing this? They're causing a financial hardship, among others, to the city of Miami by dumping and releasing all the inmates countywide in the city of Miami.
We will definitely research if that claim is something we could do.
Well, can you bring this back at the next meeting with all the legal options that this body, this legislative body, has at its disposal in a court of law?
Commissioner, I normally don't like to lay out like our whole strategy for suing someone. We would definitely sue them. We'll just figure out all the different ways and we can brief you about that, if possible.
Well, you might not like it, Madam City Attorney, but I want some solutions on the record because we've been going around this in circles for years before I came back. In the last 4 years, it's the same thing. And I'm to a point that I don't care what others don't like in the city of Miami bureaucracy.
Right, we can definitely sue them.
I want to find answers so we could resolve this whole issue for our residents.
Right, we could definitely take legal action, Commissioner. I'm just saying that if we can talk about the strategies in that lawsuit.
Listen, I just want point 1, 2, 3, whatever points you have on areas that we could possibly take legal action. You don't have to put your whole case in front of us or anything other, but I want to be able to see what we have at our disposal. So we're not going out there with a, gun with blanks.
Okay.
Now, Mr. Manager, on your request of speaking, which is part of what I would expect, going to the county in the best diplomatic way that we can to begin with, in requesting their assistance in this, what would be a fair time that you think you would need to get back to us with whatever response the county wants to give us?
I will make contact with the county tomorrow. So if you'd like, we can have this conversation at the next meeting, and I'll provide an update.
I will put a resolution forward now, as you requested, so you could have the backing of this legislative body. Last but not least, to the police department. If you could address the areas that are police oriented that I asked upon.
Yeah, good afternoon, Commissioners, Chairman, City Manager. This is an issue not just unique to here. A lot of cities, part of the problem is that the central booking station is in the city and they bring people from the county. TDCJ in Texas would do that to us and dump prisoners from all over the place right there in downtown Houston, downtown Austin, and it extends beyond jails. It also happens with state mental health facilities that many times are in cities. So I think it is a timely conversation to look at, and from our perspective, we'd like to take a look at making sure that we're not having state prisoners from other jurisdictions being brought to downtown Miami, or people that have been held mental health 72-hour holds from different communities that are brought to Miami. Next thing you know, they end up on our streets. So we're going to, with your concurrence, Mr. Manager, we'll look at all of those issues and report back.
Chief, can you go through and assign whoever is appropriate in your department to do this, the list of arrestees that we have had in, pick at least a year's time, and see how many of those you could ascertain if that have been arrested before by Miami-Dade County and have served time in the jail system here.
We could do that. We'd also take a look, if we can, it'll be labor intensive, but we will, to try to figure.
It's definitely labor intensive,
Yeah.
but it's the kind of stuff that we're going to be needing.
I think it'd also be interesting to see how many were arrested by us shortly after their release in the city. And I'm talking about residents from other communities that were released in Miami and within, 3, 5, 6 hours get arrested by us.
But the only way that we're going to get somewhat of an idea, not fully by far, is by checking people that we have arrested during the past year here and see, if they were part of the population that was previously dumped into the city of Miami.
We'll come up with a plan, Commissioner. And then Chief Aguilar also spoke with the Director of Department of Corrections for the county. Would you like to hear from him the conversation we had related to this matter? Very briefly.
Okay. All right.
Before he
Chief
comes
Aguilar,
up, let me ask you a question.
Would you like to add any more to that?
Good afternoon, Armando Aguilar, Assistant Chief of Police. So according to Director Dan Jr., the number of inmates that are released on a daily basis from DCJ are 7 inmates. Those are released after hours. Not sure if you've been made aware of the issue that they don't release them if there's not a public transit line nearby, which is running at that time. So there is none at TGK after 9 p.m. up until 6 a.m. So 7 per day, 34 that get released from TGK, but we could definitely explore a few options, as far as maybe adding lines or finding alternative locations to release those people. Everybody else that gets released from DCJ is a almost negligible number. These are people that are held without bond or that couldn't pay bond, and their criminal case gets resolved in court, and so then they get released from the courthouse. But we'll definitely work with the county to find whatever other alternatives.
Give me the total amount that you're saying that you were told are getting released on a weekly basis into the city.
So daily average is 7, so we're talking 49 per week.
That's what it would be, 7 times 7.
Right. So we don't know what the breakdown is. We could certainly find out what the breakdown is between city arrestees and
Have we done anything to confirm those numbers?
It was in a written memo that the corrections director had authored about a year ago, and so I spoke to him and confirmed those numbers today.
Well, we should, maybe in the form of a public record, try to confirm those numbers, if they're accurate or not. But any way you cut it, you're looking at a couple of hundred people a month, actually more than a couple of hundred.
About 200, yes.
A month. Because there's more than 28 days in a month. And still, even if it's that, there's still a significant amount of individuals that are being let loose into our city.
So again, we'll explore some of the alternatives and also obtain some of those records and take a look at the other information that you asked for as far as our arrestees and how soon after their release are they getting rearrested.
Okay.
So, Commissioner, can I ask a quick question? Oh, I'm sorry.
Commissioner Reyes, Commissioner Watson.
No, I'm just going to add something to what we were. It's not necessarily criminals, but in the past, there have been some, I would say it is, some cities that they are close to Miami, like Miami Beach, for example. There were some accusations before that they could, that they will dump their homeless in our city. Some people claim that I never seen it, but I heard that accusation. And now that you are going to be in the lookout for the criminals that they're going to be dumped in our city, could you also instruct your officers to be in the lookout if any homeless person is being dumped in our city from all the cities that are close to Miami, or they abut Miami?
Absolutely, Commissioner. We'll add that to the directive to our officers.
Because that was an accusation that was made for a long time. For a long, long time. I've heard. Have you heard about that, Mr. Aguilar?
I have, and I hope that it's still not happening, and I think with, thankfully, many agencies, including us, Miami Beach, have body-worn cameras now, and it would be easy enough to be able to confirm that if there were ever such a complaint.
That's right. We have enough with our problem, and now that they would cause more problems to us. Okay?
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Commissioner Watson, you recognized.
Yeah, I have a question, Commissioner Carollo. Is it our issue that you believe we're spending a lot of money on offenders that are transitioning back in that we shouldn't have to pay for? Is that the essence of what we're looking at?
What?
I was asking Commissioner Carollo on the discussion, is it such that we're spending a lot of money on offenders transitioning back in that we should not have to pay for?
The issue is that we shouldn't be spending any money on people that should be released into their own neighborhoods.
Right.
Not into ours.
Okay.
These people were not arrested in the city of Miami.
Miami, right, okay.
But they're being let loose in the city of Miami.
Okay.
We're talking, even if their numbers are correct, which I have a lot of reservations on, 2,500 people a year that are being dumped into our streets. A significant number.
All right. Let me at least say to Chief Aguilar, or Chief, there's a program called Transition. So for those that are coming back in because they have done whatever, their time, in the city of Miami, or arrested by the city of Miami, maybe you can work with this program, Transition Inc., and there's a happy medium so that at least from that perspective, maybe out of the CARES one time or something, so that you now, kind of lofty thinking, you're dealing with people coming back in that now they are no longer go back in, right, and deal with Transition Inc., and maybe can find some funding to deal with people arrested by you guys, okay, then can help them transition back in and be in a better position and not have to fall back into the system, which helps us. Okay? So that's something else. If you take a look at what that might be, then maybe I can get the manager to find money out of the CARES that might help you guys with that component.
And we can work, Commissioner, with with NGOs and maybe have service providers or entry program providers to be out in the middle of the night when these people are being released and offer them a ride, sign them up for reentry programs. So I think we can work also to try to use that.
Yeah, because if that's something that works, then you can incorporate that into
Yes, sir.
now at least minimizing our costs for folks arrested by you.
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion regarding inmates released in the city of Miami?
Not in this one. I will make the resolution the manager requested now, that we are instructing him to meet with Miami-Dade County officials and to try to find a solution where all inmates that were not arrested inside city of Miami limits are the only ones, rather, that are let out in the city of Miami. And only those.
Is that a motion, Commissioner?
That is a motion.
That'll
So
be
move.
PI 5, moved by Commissioner Carollo, seconded by Commissioner Watson, directing the manager. Is there anyone here at public comment who'd like to speak on this item? Seeing none, I'll close public comment. Any further discussion from the dais?
Nobody from the county here?
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes on PI 5, pocket item number 5. Thank you, Commissioner Carollo. The next discussion item, we're done with that one, correct?
On DF5, correct?
Yes. We have the City of Miami Police discussion item.
Well, let's take all the items that we have that have to do with the homelessness in the streets.
We'll do
Starting
that
with
one first.
those.
That's absolutely fine. If I'm not mistaken, Mr. Clerk, I believe the only things remaining are DI 4, discussion of City of Miami Police, and all the remaining items on the homeless topic, which are DI 2, DI 6 as well, which is total drug overdoses in the City of Miami, that relates.
Yeah.
And then RE 10, clean up recurring homeless encampments, RE 11, direct the city manager regarding designated areas for temporary encampments, and FR 4, encampments on public property. We'd like to take all these items up at once. Commissioner Crowe, you have the floor.
Well, we need to deal with them as a whole, but still take them item per item. Let's start maybe with DI 6.
Drug overdoses in the City of Miami.
Has the police department been able to ascertain in the last 2+ years how many drug overdoses have we had in the City of Miami by month and then overall by year? For our purpose here to go quicker, I prefer you give them to us by year.
Yeah, good afternoon again, Commissioner. We had from 18 through July 1 of 2021, we've had a total of 390 overdoses and 30 homeless ODs involving a death from overdose.
This is from what date did you say?
We have it by year, starting in 2018. We have it by year in district, Commissioners.
Okay. This is starting by January 1st, as I asked, 2018.
18, sir. Yeah.
Okay, to the present,
To July, yes, sir.
to July of this year.
Yes, sir. July 1. July 7th, excuse me.
July 7th this year.
Yes, sir.
Okay, can we start going by year, Chief? 18, 19, 20, and then the remaining part of this year?
Yes, sir. In 2018, we had 96.
96.
In 2019, we had 109. In 2020, we had 124. And this year, as of July 7th, we are at 61.
We're 61 in July 7th.
Yes, sir.
So we're at the very least at the same level of 2020.
We're slowly creeping up every year.
Not necessarily yet knowing if we're going to go higher than in 2020. And I suspect also that depending on the time of year, possibly you might have higher amounts than others. So it's still unknown whether we're going to go even higher than in 2020 and 2021, but at least we're keeping that pace up. Now, from 18 to 19 to 20, we're creeping up. We're well over 20% higher in 20 than in 18. We're about 10% higher, actually over 10% higher in 19 than in 18, then 20% higher in 20, and we're keeping that pace on now. the number of, in all these 3.5 years, is 390 overdoses.
Yes, sir.
And out of those, you have been able to identify that at least 30 were homeless.
Yes, sir.
Now, when we're talking about overdoses, Chief, are you going down fatalities here? People that have died, or,
Yes, sir. We pulled out all the fatalities.
okay? How many more have you had throughout these years that were not fatalities, but nevertheless,
You've got the data.
these
Huh?
were,
Yeah,
these
that-
were overdoses that,
Fire has that data on the non-fatal. We focus on the fatal, and they focused on the non-fatal, Commissioner.
maybe that's my fault that I wasn't specific enough, and maybe you thought that I was only looking for
have it.
fatalities.
No, we have
Actually-
it. Commissioner, we did get it from fire. We
Yeah.
just need to go
I'm
grab it.
actually looking for both because it's obvious that you're going to have less fatalities than the overall calls on drug overdoses. So that we could get a real accurate picture
We have it,
of what
Commissioner.
we're looking in the city.
Here, we did get it from fire, Commissioner. They're coming back now.
Okay, does fire have it handily? That'd be great if they did.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Deputy Fire Chief Eloy Garcia. Based on the information I received from your office, what we gathered was since January 1st, 2019,
Okay, so
year to date,
you're going to start from 19, okay?
Yes, sir.
That's fine, yeah.
we had our primary impression, 1,321 overdoses in total.
1,321.
Sir.
21. These
In total
include-
from, yes, sir.
In total from, okay, go ahead, from January 1st, 2019
Year to date.
to July 7th?
No, till last week.
Okay, can you give me the date last week?
I may not have exactly the date on me. I have it back in the cow room.
Okay, but it would be August, the end of August, more or less,
No, I believe it was early September, sir.
1st September?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so we're looking January 1st, 2019,
Yes, sir.
1st September on 2021, 1,321. And this number includes fatalities too, or just overdoses that did not die?
This number includes all overdoses that are primary impressions by our arriving.
Primary?
Primary impressions,
Yeah.
which is the category used by our rescue lieutenant on arrival on what is perceived to be an overdose. Those are 1,321 overdose.
Okay, but my question, and forgive me,
Yes,
because
sir.
I don't know how it's done between the police and fire. When you receive an overdose,
Yes, sir.
call, like the one between the Paris and the Frost Museum a couple of weeks ago, that they're dead on arrival already. It's clear. Do you handle those, or does PD or someone else handles that?
No, we will always go and approach unless it's, injuries incompatible with life.
Okay, so my direct question.
Yes, sir.
This 1,321 will include those that have also died out of the overdoses.
They may be, and we overlapped our police and fire data, and we had 12 of those.
Look, I have to, I apologize, I have to take this.
Yes, sir.
This to the hospital for.
Of course.
Something that I have to attend to.
I'm sorry?
Tag team, Commissioner Reyes. is picking
Yes,
it up.
let me ask you something. After looking at all this data, and I've seen that see variations among the significant variations. There are different districts that they have more fatalities and more overdose. But I want to know, what is the police department doing in order to attack this, I would say the sale and the purchase of drugs? And I'm going to give you an example. I was driving about 3 weeks ago. I was driving at night in downtown Miami. I was going around downtown Miami, which I very often I'll do. And I witnessed, definitely, stopping at a red light, I witnessed a drug transaction. It was clear. You see, it reminded me when I lived in New York that you could see that in the streets all the time. So I look around, there was not a patrol car, there was not a police officer that was on the cover. There was nobody there, only homeless. And a couple of people that are just walking by looking the other way. What are we going to do? And this is in the middle of downtown. You have any plans? Or you have any, you are developing some strategy to try to catch, at least try to get the pushers, the people that are the sellers, and try to get the users, and maybe we can get them to go to a program and try to convince them that they should go through rehab. But do we have any, I want to know why, because it's nice to know, okay, so many people have died, so many people are using it. Okay, what are we going to do about it? What are we going to do about it?
Commissioner,
That's what is important to me.
Well, it's an ongoing battle, not just here, but across the country against street-level narcotics and obviously drug trafficking organizations. We're working on daily with our federal partners through the HIDTA, which is the high-intensity drug trafficking area, to actually leverage all of our federal resources to combat the DTOs of drug trafficking organizations. And then obviously, we're working on a regular basis with the community being our eyes and ears, working on the street-level activity. We talked about that at the meeting we had.
Yes, I did.
And I won't say the street because we're going to be working that street. But our operations continue. And then some of the programs that the county has to deal with the addiction, I think is really important, using some of the tools that we have under state law where we can put people in detoxification programs. And I think the new drug facility that the county's putting together that will be an effective tool to try to get people on the right track as it relates to addiction.
I saw, as I went through this, there are districts that they have substantially a larger number of overdoses than even my district and downtown. And it's very high incidence in downtown and District 5 and District 3. You see, definitely they need more resources. And more emphasis should be placed in those areas and more undercover officers should be there. To work at street level and see how can we curtail this. And that's the question.
Yeah, one of the challenges with the street level narcotics trafficking is the fact that we displace it, they move. So our resources need to move with the traffickers, with the street level drug dealers. So when we hit one area hard, typically that displaces it. And it's really important that the community continue to be our eyes and ears, that when they do come back that we know, so we can, kind of like traffic enforcement, same thing. We hit it, people start doing what they're supposed to be doing, and then they come back. So we'll continue to be looking at all these street level activity and continue to put our resources where we know it's happening. But intelligence from everyone, including the community, our elected officials, is really important in that regard. And Chief Aguilar's got our narcotics division. Did you want to add anything, Chief, to any of my comments?
Just to follow up on the chief's comments, so our narcotics unit executes anywhere between 5 and 8 search warrants per month on drug locations. We can get the number of total drug arrests, which would be not just sellers, but people in possession of drugs. And there's definitely, I'm sorry, go ahead, Commissioner.
You see, I took about 25 credits in statistics. I know statistics. Statistics doesn't mean anything. The only thing that I want to know is, are we really making a dent on the purchase, on the sales, and on the violence that is created by drug trafficking? What are we doing to reduce the number of people have been shot? Because here people have died because of fatalities, because of overdose. But this does not include people have been shot, people have been killed because of the drug trade. You see? What I want to know is, how are we going to fight it? If we're going to fight it, I went to a meeting that you call among all the other police officers. Dade County was there. We were going to work together, all police departments, and the state attorney, and whatever, DEA. Everybody was going to work. Are we working together? Taking a strong action against the drug trafficking? And we have a concerted effort that we are cooperating among ourselves. You see, what I want to see is results. That's it.
So it just, to answer a few of those questions, we're working with the full range of the federal alphabet soup that you mentioned, not only in investigating crimes that already happened, but being proactive as well. So one of the things that we're doing is identifying our repeat offenders, our repeat shooters. We have, I'll tell you right now, 5 that were very prolific trigger pullers throughout our city and suspected in several shootings. Okay. And so they are now in custody either on ATF charges for gun trafficking, Secret Service for committing fraud and drug offenses as well. So as a result, I'm afraid to say this, but we have not had a gang homicide in the city since Memorial Day. I know that I just jinxed this, and I apologize for that, but we are targeting not just locations for repeat sales, but people we know that are responsible for disproportionate amounts of crime.
That's the only thing that I want, an honest effort that it is together with what you proposed, Chief, that day. I want to know if you're doing it, if we are working together, and what effect has it had. You see, have you seen a reduction on traffickers? Have you seen a reduction on shootings? Have you seen a reduction on people that have been arrested?
Well, we're heading in the right direction as it relates to violent crime. So we are seeing impacts. The biggest challenge on the war on drugs is that the war, we're fighting it here instead of at the source. I think the commission knows that we've got foreign governments that are involved in narcotics trafficking. It's well established. It's well known. But we don't have that reach as an organization into different hostile government nations that we know where it's at.
That is different. You see, I want to know what's going on in our neighborhood.
Yeah.
And how are we going to fight it?
And we're doing it. We're all hands on deck, commissioners.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
If I could go back to the area that I was inquiring about, and I apologize, I had to step out, but that's a true emergency. As best as I could see, in the time period from January 19th to about a couple of days to September, from the fire department. Police goes back a year more. From what I understood from the fire department, they have at least 1,321 minimum overdoses in about a 2.5 year period. There are more, from what I understand, because they don't have everything from those that died and were fatalities. So there could be a couple hundred more here, possibly. So this could be as high as maybe 1,500 or more. That's a huge number in 2.5 years. We're talking about a lot of people that are going down in overdoses in our city, and it's still a high number of fatalities. What I'd like to get is some additional numbers. For the fire department to go back one more year, January 1st, 18, so at least in 3.5 years, we could have something to look at of what's been happening overall, even though we're getting a picture just on the homicides, but I want to do that with all the overdoses overall. And then if we could break them down, if it's possible, by age. Further, if you could show to us the breakdown by district also, if you can. And I know it's a lot of work I'm asking, but it's, I'm heading somewhere with it. Gentlemen and ladies, we cannot afford to be having these kind of fatalities and overdoses in our city. We're talking about real human lives. And I'd like, once we get this whole picture, the areas where the bulk is coming from. And look, we all can suspect what areas have more than others, but it's one thing to suspect where they're coming from, another thing is to see it and be sure. Once we have that, the age brackets, I'd like to have a plan of action, mainly from the PD, but fire has its place in it also, on how we're going to combat this. I see it in the street to both chiefs, fire and police. I see it in the homeless population, that I got people out there that I've seen time and time again, and they're drugged out. Forget about that they were burned out and checked out, years before already because of drugs. But at the time that I'm seeing them in the street, they're high as a kite. And what he tells me is that whatever monies they get, whether it's from Social Security or they're breaking into places, they're using that money to buy drugs. Where are they buying it? Who are the people who are selling to them? So I like a plan of action across the board on the homelessness, drug usage, and then on the drug usage overall in our city, in particular with the youth, because those are the new targets. This is why you have groups out there that, want to defund the police, because if you don't have as many cops out there, that means there's less of a chance that you're going to be able to be caught selling the drugs and poisoning our youth. So we have another generation of casualties. And I don't know how long this will take both of these departments to put this together for us. I hope that you could do it by the next meeting. The data part, I think, will be easier, even though I understand there'll be work involved in it. But the part that I don't know how much time you need to come back with a solid plan is the one that I'd like for you to tell me. Can you do that by the next meeting, or do you need more time on that?
Commissioner, if you allow me to, once again, Deputy Fire Chief Eloy Garcia, City Miami Fire Rescue. If you allow me to elaborate 1 second, the 1,321 alarms since January 1st to September 2nd, I confirmed the date for you.
Thank you.
Those alarms are primary impression of overdoses. Those overdoses can be maybe a child that got into someone's open pill bottle and swallowed more pills than he should have or by mistake. So those are fall within overdoses.
I understand.
However,
but
you just want,
But we all know that.
you want the
those-
opiate-related ones.
Those of a child getting to a medicine cabinet and overdosing
Right.
will be very few and far in between.
That's correct, and that's why when we broke it down into age brackets for you, you'll see that you have from 1 to 5, there's 2, 11 to 15, there's 2. So we broke those
And
down.
that's why I had purposely asked for the breakdown in ages also.
Correct. Now, you just want opioid-related, we will have to go into each of those 1,321 and actually read the narrative.
Well, if you could break it down even into opiates, into
Yes, sir.
cocaine, into heroin, into,
Well-
whatever's out there. And sadly, every darn week, China is sending more poison through the Mexican cartel so they could bring it through the border and see how they could destroy us without having to fight a war with us.
Done. We'll have it for you, sir.
Chief.
And Commissioner Myatt, and that's the international, national security overseas aspect that we were talking about a minute ago, that it requires more than the police. There's one other aspect that I'd like, and we can do it in 2 weeks, Commissioner. I just asked my staff. The other issue is we are a destination city. We're probably the hottest destination city in the country right now. So I'm actually going to ask my team to look at how many out-of-towners, I'm going to ask them for out of the city, out of the county, out of the state. So we can try to get a sense of the tourism industry, how much of that workload is related to that. So we're going to add that, and we should be able to get the report back to you in 2 weeks. At the
Well,
next meeting.
that's an important aspect of it too, and that's why by asking what I did, we should be able to, get all those areas. But this one that you mentioned is a very important one too, because it's going to tell us how many are coming from outside that are either bringing the drugs themselves or maybe are buying it in, our town. But I want a solid plan, Chief, and I know that anytime you put together, in any city, a plan to go in after the drug traffickers, it's not going to be an easy task. Because most likely, along the way, there's going to be some people that, are not going to end up well. Those that are pushing it, those that are involved in the drug trade, and then there'll be controversy and everything else. Because it's also very dangerous, as you all know, business. But we need to try to make a dent in that in our community. And then the other aspect of it that I'd like you with fire and whoever else you got to bring in, educational program that we could put our people into the schools, beginning elementary level, trying to get it across to our kids, to keep away from drugs. Last but not least, I would want to get the feedback from you and fire on how much you think a program like the one we just approved for garbage in the streets could work if we put rewards for people that would give us information that would lead to the arrest and conviction of those that are peddling and pushing drugs in our community.
Quite honestly, when it comes to money, people involved in this area, if you have a reward money and it's significant enough, they will turn in. They'll turn in people.
Well, then this is where we have to go to consider doing something like that. And maybe on this particular one, $500 is not enough.
No.
We might have to go with at least 1,000. But I will hear what the recommendations are of the professionals. But I truly want our city to be in the forefront of this battle. I'm tired of seeing kids dying in their streets from overdoses, but not just that, the other aspect of it, how many have been shot, how many have been killed because of the turf wars, the getting back at people, because of drugs. So even the numbers we have here, if we include all the others, they're way, way higher.
And may I make one brief comment on that? There's been a move about marijuana. It's not a big deal. It's not this, it's not that. And Major City Chiefs, as you know, I'm president of, we've pushed back because a lot of the violence in our neighborhoods is about marijuana, and it's about marijuana sales. We have drug grips involving marijuana where people are getting shot, they're getting killed. Marijuana is a huge driver. May not be overdose, but it's a huge driver of violent crime across our country. That's why we as an organization have not supported those efforts, because of the violence that brings to our neighborhoods. And some of our prosecutors across the country, not here, but across the country, just don't understand that marijuana and the distribution of marijuana, the sales of marijuana, is a huge driver of death and shootings in our cities. Yes, sir.
I'm in agreement with those statements too.
Yes, sir.
All right, so, Chief?
Chairman, Commissioner, Joseph Zaralbin, Fire Chief, Department of Fire Rescue. What you're requesting is not unreasonable, and it's crystal clear to me. And what you're looking for is a citywide response to
Absolutely.
what is essentially an epidemic, not much different than our response to the pandemic as it relates to COVID-19.
Chief, you hit the nail on the head.
That's clearly understood. And what we will do, obviously, we will need to rely heavily on our police partners because prevention is a major key to the success of this. However, we will provide them with our response protocols to include in the overall plan as it relates to how we would and do respond to medical emergencies involving overdoses. And as a final point, your request of overdose breakdown by district, we do have that readily available, and rather than consume the commission's time, I'll provide it to the manager and he can distribute it to each of your offices.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You know, for instance, to the point that you're making, Chief, my district, for instance, but I'm sure it's the same in many of our different districts. Many of the homeless, they all have bikes. I will be willing to bet that practically all those bikes have been stolen from someone. Those bikes are used to break into homes, where they probably got them from, to steal, to move around quicker from one place to the other. And then the proceeds of those actions go into buying more drugs. And that's why many of these homeless want to stay in the streets. In my district, I have seen, and the worst part about this, these were people that didn't even live in my district. Elderly males riding these bikes, moving around, and they're being used by somebody that's organized to sell crack cocaine. I even had to, some time ago, we had just been talking to two good foot patrol officers, myself, my chief of staff, at the end of Domino Park. The minute they left, there was a female that she was clearly visible that she was very happy, and it wasn't because of emotions, it was because of drugs. And I could see one of these elderly guys came in and pretended to shake her hand, and as he was pulling it out, I could see, just for 1 second, the bag. Back in my days, call them the 50-cent bags. They're no longer 50 cents. And it had some white powder. So I got a hold of Jose. To get these cops that he had their number, I didn't, to get him back. And they came right away. And here was this guy putting the crack cocaine into some pipe behind the Tower Theater in Little Havana, and he was arrested. And the only good thing that COVID has brought to my district is that a lot of these characters that weren't from my district, but they would come there and pretend that they were, part of it, and were selling drugs all over the place. A lot of them, not all, some we're seeing coming back now, a lot of them disappear. So it's a real epidemic, and you're calling it what it needs to be called, and we got to deal with it in the same way that we put a plan for COVID. We got to put a plan for this, and I'm just trying to get all the facts so that we could do a joint plan in going forward.
Understood, sir. And you have our commitment, and our police partners have our commitment as well. We will do whatever they need us to do in order to help them move forward.
Thank you very much, Chief.
Thank you very much. Does that conclude our discussion on drug overdoses in the city of Miami?
Yeah, Mr. Manager, we understood that they're coming back with all these numbers, whether they give it to you give it to us. We'll have this in the agenda next meeting. And I'm only emphasizing that because I believe that by tomorrow is the last day to put something in the agenda for the next meeting. So that this way we could go over this again. The chiefs can come back with a plan on how to combat this epidemic.
We'll put it as a discussion item for next meeting.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. DI 6 is concluded. Commissioner Carollo,
Okay.
you can move on to DI 2,
DI 2.
expenditure of city funds in homelessness.
Okay.
And also, you feel free to include RE 10 and RE 11 and FR 4 in your discussion.
Thank you. Let me, well, going to that one, which is, I had asked you, Mr. Manager, to see if, I don't know if you've been able to put it together yet or not, to put together all the funds that we spent on a yearly basis from the city, and when I mean the city, any sources from the city, whether general fund or not, and then some of our agencies, DDA, I understand you spent quite a bit in the homeless situation. I don't know if some of our other agencies do too or not, but I'd like to have on the table how much we're spending on the homeless situation in the city of Miami. Because first of all, we need to show the public how compassionate we've been, that we haven't taken this lightly. I don't know if we spend throughout the years as much money as Commissioner Watson has stated, but I know that we spend a tremendous amount of money. And while, I heard Vicky trying to put a Barney face into it, that, we're having less homeless out there, I don't see it. Do you see that in your district, Commissioner? In fact, I will tell you what recently one of our top people out in the front lines fighting homelessness told my chief of staff, that if we keep at this rate with the homeless situation in our streets, we're going to be like Seattle or San Francisco in another year and a half. So that we're going down in homelessness in the streets, I don't know about that. Maybe it's the areas that we counted, the time of day, I don't know, but I haven't seen citywide now the reduction in homelessness. But I don't know if you've been able to put together the amount of dollars that we have set aside for this, Mr. Manager?
We do. William's going to share with you. The only numbers we don't have included in that is the DDA, whatever the DDA has allocated. But
Commissioners, good afternoon. William Porro, Director of Human Services. Total funds that are expended on homelessness, and I'll give you just round numbers, is $5.1 million.
Yearly.
Yes, sir, that's to this year. Now, out of that, 3.5 million is provided by different funding sources to the city. Homeless Trust, ESG funding, CV. So you're looking at 3.5 million is given to the city, 1.5 million annually is general fund dollars. Added to that, we had some additional,
Okay,
go ahead,
hold
I'm
on.
sorry.
You told me 5.1. You
That's
said
correct. I'm just rounding it
3.5.
off, yours.
Yeah, 3.5, so it would be 1.6 that the city.
Approximately, yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay,
Sorry.
okay.
We have the shelter bed program, which is $460,000, which is annual.
460.
Yes, sir. With Camilla's House, that's the day program. And we also have $100,000, which is the, I'm sorry, that's the shelter bed program, which is $460,000.
460.
And $100,000 is the day program, which is annualized as well.
100,000 for,
So $560 total to Camilla's House annually. So total general fund, if you had the 1.5 or the 1.6 plus the 560, you get 2.2 million, a little over 2.2 million.
2.2 million,
Yes, sir.
general fund.
Yeah, that's correct.
And then on top of that, we got the 3.5 million that you said we get.
That's what we, yes, sir, to support the program. That's correct.
3.5 million and 2.2 million is 5.7 million.
That's correct, roughly, yes, sir.
Now,
For the entire homeless program, yes, sir.
right, that does not include the amount that DDA puts into it.
No, sir, it does not. That's just our general fund dollars,
Yeah,
our budget.
from,
Commissioner Reyes, you're recognized. Can you put on your microphone, please?
Oh, not only DDA, but CRAs also. They contribute for this.
that's right, Omni contributes. some.
Omni contributes and
Southeast.
Overtown Park West.
Now, I believe that Christina, your executive director in the DDA, told me that you're spending about $500,000 approximately.
Yes, and also we are going to be working on other things with Omni, like bathrooms and facilities and all of that. And we have the Green Church, and we have all the ambassadors and people that, as a matter of fact, I would like to increase the number of psychologists and counselors that we can put in the streets and in these areas in order to provide more additional service to the homeless and be a little bit more effective in trying to get them out of the streets and probably into shelters or in other programs where they could be trained and all of that. Okay.
How much dollars are spent from the Overtown Southeast?
He's coming now.
Okay.
He's coming now.
How about Commissioner Russell from the Omni? How much approximately do we spend in homelessness?
Give me a second, I can get that for you from the director.
Okay, right now, we're up to about 6.2 million a year, which, gentlemen and ladies, is not chicken feed. Serious money, and this is why I wanted to bring this up. We're spending this kind of money, and it's like a merry-go-round. You know, I still see the streets, sidewalks, full of tents, and sometimes when we move them from one part of our city to the other. But I don't see anybody leaving permanently.
May I say something, Commissioner, just again for everybody's identification? For me personally, I mean, since I took charge of this department, it's been a pleasure to work with the police department and the HEAT team. Really, and you mentioned it, Commissioner Reyes, effectiveness is the key word here, to be effective as possible, especially with this type of investment. And I can tell you that it's been really a joy working together so closely with the HEAT team, Solid Waste, and everybody to make these things happen. Twice a year, I don't know by law, but by regulation, they have to provide the count of census, point-in-time count. It's done in January, and it's done again now on August 19th, it was done again. The number has been reduced, and I don't want to, I have on my whiteboard in my office 100 less for the following year when we come around again. So the number is going down. Now, what is happening, and you just alluded to it, is that if you have the heat team and others going out each and every day instead of 3 times a week, we're hitting the streets every day with solid waste and so forth and so on, they're going to not go to 10th Street or 11th Street. They're going to go where there's least path of resistance if you're an unsheltered homeless person. So I guess from my heart, and if I can just share a little bit personally, what motivates me day in and day out is that we don't allow the homeless to adapt to where they're at. And I mean it in the most compassionate way possible, by giving them a tent, by giving them food. As counterintuitive as it is, we're making them adapt to their location and their situation. I think it makes it more pervasive for the unsheltered to go into shelter.
Well, I agree with that.
So it's not a lack of resources per se, and we can get into nuances in terms of shelter and the whole continuum in terms of housing, which is, there's a bottleneck as well.
Let me ask you something, Mr. Chair, through the chair. We passed an ordinance, it's the feeding ordinance.
Yes, sir.
You remember? How is that working? It being effective, or
Well,
there's still people feeding them on the streets?
There are. I'll be honest with you.
And that is lack of enforcement. And who is responsible for enforcing that, Mr. City Attorney? Mr. City Manager? Who is responsible for enforcing the street feeding ordinance?
Commissioner, can I say something in terms of that?
Of course, you can say whatever you want.
No, thank you. In terms of when I took the post, I noticed that we had an amazing ordinance, but no signage anywhere.
Okay.
So we immediately made it a priority to put up signage, which is not included in this amount. Now there are over 100 and something signs all over the city. I just saw somebody the other day that brought in an enforcement permit for $250. So I would say to you that yes, it is, but we need to keep hammering away. I also created a video personally with the Department of Communication and sent it out to tell people to stop doing the handing out of food. We have 4 locations that are designated spots within MPA. So
Question.
I think it'll work. I think we just need to.
Question. That ordinance was developed not only to get the people away from feeding on the street, but also to get the homeless under one roof. And at that place, we will have all the support that that is needed for them to be in contact with them. For example, psychologists, social workers, people that are nurses, people that will try to provide as much support to the homeless. You see, now that you have it all together, you can go on and try to,
I agree.
instead of going from one place to another,
That is correct.
you have them then under one roof, and then you will contact and make, establish a relationship, and so you can, maybe they can get, you can gain their trust, and then you can guide them into getting assistance.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And now, do you have enough support personnel for those places?
Well, it's a matter of coordination in terms of staff. Our outreach team, there's approximately 13 of them, 10 of them is just in the city. Remember that our outreach team, our green shirts, are funded countywide, where predominantly their time is spent in the city. So,
But if we don't have enough support, when they are coming for their food, you see that we can reach to them and try to help them as much as we can. It won't work. That was the idea behind it when I proposed that was, in order to have a support system
Yes, sir.
whenever they are being fed, instead of going to the street. And I know that people they were very well intended, but they will bring up a van full of food, and they will give it to whoever they see, and they don't like it, they will throw it on the.
As of Friday
the
of last
sidewalks?
week, I had the fortunate, a young couple, married couple, formerly homeless, are one of the ones that are feeding on Thursdays. So they came to the office to, I forget what it was, but the ACM was able to introduce them to me. I sat down with them. I think I can do a lot just with, with them too, connecting to know who is doing what, where it's the blind leading the blind. You never know when the feedings are occurring sometimes, other than the weekends. So
Okay.
if I can get that group to start and many follow, I think we're gonna
Okay,
go in that direction.
and please feel free to contact my office if you need any additional personnel or whatever.
Thank you,
And
Commissioner.
we'll see what we can do with maybe working with the other CRAs or the DDA and the administration and working everybody, because it is a problem that affects all of us,
Yes, sir.
okay?
Thank you, Commissioner. And Commissioner Croyer, to answer your question, the Omni CRA spends $300,000 a year on their Purple Shirt program, employing the formerly homeless for cleanup in the area, and gives $175,000 to Camilla's House every year as their contribution toward the city shelter program.
300 and 175.
Correct. So 475 altogether.
How about,
Under the interlocal agreement in 2007, the CRA gave the Millers $10 million over
Overtime?
5 years. Yes,
yeah.
10 million.
10 million over 5 years?
5 years, for the
What-
facility itself.
When did that end?
I think it ended in 12, that we did all the whole contribution.
Okay, so that was done already, 10 million.
Yeah.
Nothing in the present.
We don't do sparingly programs, but nothing ongoing programmatically.
Okay. Well, now, I'm up to 675, $6,675,000. And I'm trying to get the actual money that we're spending in this out there, because if there's not a real difference, and I want our residents to be the ones that are the judge of this, in a reasonable amount of time, whether it's 6 months, 8 months, but a reasonable amount of time, then I think we need to start revisiting how we should be doing in spending this money and coming with ways that are going to help us more in using it best. Now, there's no doubt in my mind that you're trying to do the best job that you can, sir, and I'm not here to try to say anything different. What I will say to you is that this is a huge amount of money for us to spend as a city and to still see what we're seeing out in the streets. And you might be convinced that it's less people that we have out there. I'm not convinced from what I'm seeing in many areas of our city. And it's one thing to have surveys that cover certain areas from time to time, but you know, a lot depends on how ingenuous some people are, how strongly some want to go out there and really get into the areas where you're going to be doing the counting. So what I will say to you is that I'm hearing more and more complaints from people about this situation. I don't know what, you know, many in other districts see, but there's a major problem out there. And in the downtown Miami area, our two premier parks, we got one heck of a mess with the homeless situation. For me to have cleared some of the biggest areas that I've had to come here meeting after meeting until finally the manager himself went out there to direct, the cleaning. He shouldn't have to be doing that. After that happened, I don't think much more was done, and people started coming back until the manager, I guess, put his foot to the pedal, and we've gotten some of what came back starting to be cleared out again. This is a weekly task that we have to be on top of, and that's where I like to put our dollars in. And like I said, if we have to get rooms and rent out entire small motels and hotels ourselves, I don't mind doing it. But our residents that are not out in the streets also have rights.
Yes, sir.
And we need to protect that homeless population that's out there also from others and from themselves.
Commissioner, if I could, Manny Morales, Assistant Chief for Police Department. I think that what Director Porter was trying to say is that we're far from reaching a place where we're content with the situation. I think that what he is trying to highlight is that we're heading in the very right direction. If I could give you some stats from what he's alluding to as the HEAT team, which is the Homeless Empowerment Assistance Team, that the police department joined with other city departments to kind of create and have a more cohesive approach to homeless outreach and encampment cleanups. We began this back on August 2nd, and what we did is we sat down with all the city departments that were impacted, which is the police mainly, homeless outreach, and solid waste. Those are the three main components that we have. So we're going out there in a task force configuration. We created internally a dedicated team full-time, a sergeant and 4 officers, that all they're solely dedicated is to homeless issues. They're partnering up with at least 3 to 4 green shirts every single day. And we bring along a pickup truck with about 3 or 4 service workers. We bring out the bucket, the truck, the sweeper, and the water truck. And what we're doing is we're going to the areas where the commanders have indicated to us in the various nets and districts where they're having these large encampments and we're having issues where we're trying to get the services to the people without homes and where we're trying to address public health issues like human feces and or urine on the sidewalk. So if I could just, in that brief time from August 2nd to September 9, we conducted 32 details. We were able to hit 39 locations. Some of them were duplicates because we believe that you're right. It's not only a weekly task, it's got to be a daily focus on each of the areas that are being impacted. In that time, we did 329 homeless contacts where we filled out the field interview cards. 112 of those accepted shelter of one sort or another. We did have 10 arrests, which is a minuscule amount compared with the individuals that we contacted. But I think that you'll kind of get a little better idea of the impact and the highlights that Director Porter is saying when I tell you that from January to August, the beginning of August, right before we instituted the HEAT concept, we had 311 contacts in the entire police department in that period of time. So you're comparing almost 7 months versus 1 month. And out of those, only 40 were placed in shelter. So what we're finding out there is that by having the same officers that have been highly trained, they're crisis intervention trained, and they are masters of de-escalation, we're able to build these relationships with people without homes and where they're more easily accepting shelter and they are guided into the continuum of care, which is what we want now. I know that Director Porter said that there is a cost now. That doesn't include the police department, right? That overall cost of being engaged in the business of homelessness for the police department also has a cost, and I can tell you that for the HEAT team, just that one sergeant and 4 officers in that month was about $65,000. Granted, We did do some additional overtime because we know that the beginning of the program is when we have these large encampments that we got to hit with a little more continuity. But if you kind of follow that concept alone and the results that we've had, we've got some pictures to kind of demonstrate that we could provide to the commission later on. But that would be about 800,000. But that doesn't even take into account the labor-intensive work that would have to be calculated for every instance a police officer responds to a call or makes an arrest of a homeless individual. So the costs are much higher. Give you an idea, year to date, 1,219 homeless folks have been arrested. It takes about 2 hours to process an arrest. If you take an average officer's salary, we're talking about 100,000. And that's just year to date. But as Director Porro was highlighting, we're very hopeful and we're seeing very positive results. And that's not the only strategy. We saw that there's some friction, and we usually talk about the shelter resistance homeless and how they're kind of like the hardest segment of our population to reach. What we've seen is that there was a little bit of mistrust and a little bit of apprehension on their part to take because they had gotten so used of mistrusting the homeless outreach. So what we're doing is, as you're seeing the same folks coming over and over again, we're building that connection with them, and they're able to more easily accept the assistance. Along those lines, we are getting together and we're putting a training course, not only for the homeless outreach on de-escalation and crisis intervention, an abbreviated class, so they can better help us deal with those contacts that we're having with the homeless on the streets, but we're also including solid waste to that. So we're kind of taking an all hands on deck approach. And Commissioner, trust me, I know that this has been a subject that we've spoken about for many, many times, but I think I feel very strongly that we're on the right track this time. So all we need to do is I ask the members of the commission and the administration to give us a little bit of time, and I guarantee you that you're going to be pleasantly surprised with the results that the task force is going to bring forward to the city with compassion and care.
Chief Morales, you were here when I presented the resolution when I got soon elected as a commissioner to go into the federal courts. And all my colleagues that were here at the time voted with me on it, into going back to the federal courts and to doing away with the handcuffs, that Miami was the only city in the country that had such handcuffs placed upon it in dealing with homelessness. I presented that because I thought that it was going to be successful because of what we had done in showing compassion for so many years. And I was right. The trial judge agreed with us. People appealed. We won the appeal. And we're still in the same place again, like if we couldn't do anything about it, and we can. We can. So I'm trying to put all these ideas together so that we could get something accomplished. And I don't have to spend my next 4 years here, in a merry-go-round, just seeing the same thing again and again and again. Our city deserves better than that. When we have visitors, tourists, our own people that are going day in and day out through different major avenues or streets, and they're seeing all these people taking up the sidewalk with mattresses thrown in there, with couches, you name it. I will tell you, I have traveled extensively throughout the world, and in particularly in our own hemisphere, in Latin America. But I've traveled through many countries of the world that are poor. And the situation that I see in many parts of our streets, I didn't see it in foreign countries. So we, we can do better than that. We're Miami, we're America, and this is not something that we should be living with day in and day out. Let's the area of the financing and how much we're spending. Gentlemen, where would you like to go? Do you want to go with the resolutions, or do you want to go with the ordinance?
Which of the two that you have?
Well, we could start with RE10.
You have RE10, RE11, and FR4.
Right.
10 is direct the city manager to clean up recurring homeless encampments. 11 is direct the city manager to look for designated areas for temporary encampments. And the ordinance FR4 is the code amendment, encampments on public property.
Okay. Would you like to do each one separately or both at the same time?
Both at the same time.
Okay. Okay, I'll make the motion.
Second?
Commissioner Ray is second.
For which items? All
For
three.
RE10 and RE11. The
So-
ordinance got to be read
Yes.
separate?
Got it. RE10 and RE11, there's been a motion by Commissioner Carollo and a second by Commissioner Reyes. Is there any further discussion on the dais? So questions, I have some questions because I do have some heartburn on this, Commissioner Carollo, and I'm very appreciative of the push to address the homeless issue because it is, we know that our residents feel more than what is being reported to us in the numbers. So I am with you in that.
And again, I stand by what I said. I truly believe there's a lot more than just the 500 or so that they're telling us. For instance, Chief Morales gave us some numbers there, that they recently had gone through 329 contacts. Well, that's 65% of the total numbers that they claim that we have out there. I don't know about that. That's why I think there's a lot more that are not being counted.
Got it. It's my understanding we do already have ordinances that keep blocking any blockage of the sidewalk from happening. So we are already able to enforce if someone's pitching a tent on the sidewalk and blocking the sidewalk. Am I correct?
That's correct.
I am concerned about trying to create an encampment. I don't know where we would do that within the city of Miami, and I've never been through that. Probably during your mayoral tenure, you went through encampments.
Well, not during my mayoral years. My years as barely turning 25-year-old commissioner, we had the Mariel boat lift. We had an encampment in the area now where we have basketball courts underneath, in between the Publix area there, all the way back to where Marti Park was.
Tent City.
Yeah, well, that was Tent City. And so nobody came rushing saying, how dare you? You're inhumane. You can't do that. That was a fact. Now, what I'm talking about in this one is for the manager to designate areas or an area as an option. I'm not saying that we have to, as an option to bring people to. Look, if we keep offering time and time again a hotel room, a shelter room to individuals, and they do not want it, and they're blocking our sidewalks, they're infringing on others' rights in violation of the law. I'd rather get their tent. They want to be outside in their tent. We'll bring them to a location that they could be outside in their tents, but not where they're blocking the roadway of our residents, not in areas where they're urinating, they're doing all kinds of things, and we're not being able to be on top of it like we haven't been able to do. And there are areas out there. I mean, let the manager figure it out. In the middle of Virginia Key, we have several hundred acres that is available. It's great for putting a tent up, if that's where you want to put it up. But this is an extreme option, because if they're telling us we only have 500, even if we only had 1,500, 200% more than telling us, we should be able to find enough shelters for those that want it.
Mr. Chair?
And
Commissioner Reyes?
From what I gathered, we're having an option. And let me tell you, not only when Mariel Bow lived, and you should remember this, and you remember this also, when we had once on the 836, remember? It was a big, huge homeless camp there. And they had, some of them, very few had tents, but some of them they had made out of cardboard. They had made, they used some refuges. And it got to the point that we had to clean that up and fence it. That's why it was fenced. It was fenced to avoid them having it. Now, when I support that we should get and identify, you see, you mentioned Virginia Key, identify a place that we could provide for the homeless to go and camp there. But that has to be accompanied also of facilities.
of course,
They have to come with facilities, with running water, have to come with also with bathrooms, restroom, and also that idea of providing support, and we will have to have support personnel there that will work with them.
That's the plan, to have
Okay, that's
all types of support.
that I agree with.
Police, fire rescue, support for mental issues, medical support. But I'm not talking about, doing resort Dubai style.
Yeah.
I'm talking about doing a much better situation that they have out in the streets.
Yes, sir.
Maybe we'll have bigger tents. Maybe they'll have some other amenities in those tents. But there can't be any drugs. There can't be a free-for-all like we're having in the streets.
Yes, sir.
And look, as long as we provide people with a better option than when they're at, I don't see what we're doing wrong, or why can't we do it? I mean, I don't believe that I have a right to decide that if I want to go into whatever neighborhood I want, that I could throw a tent in front of any sidewalk that I want. But there are limitations to everything.
Agreed.
There
So
is-
I'm going to make a recommendation. Go ahead, Commissioner.
There is, I always ask the city attorney, I don't know if you already made that handbook that I asked, giving instructions to the police officers what they can do, what they cannot do with the homeless. Because my problem was all the time, and I asked, if I defecate in the middle of 42nd Avenue, in the middle of all traffic and all of that, I'd be arrested. You see? If I am performing anything, a sexual act on the sidewalk, and the police comes by, I'll be arrested, and rightly so. Why? A person, because it is he has problems, you see, I do understand. We have many people that they have psychological problems. I don't mean to tell the police to go and kick him, but take him away, and that person, let's try to get him some help. But by just looking the other way, you see, looking the other way and let him do what I am not allowed to do, okay? I have seen people, I mean, you go to 42nd Avenue, I said 42nd Avenue because it's the last time that I saw this. I mean, there was one that is in one of those, in Flagler, a couple of people there, they are in one of those shelters, bus shelters, and you stop at the light, and they urinate right there in front of you, just like anybody else, you see? And then you have your family, you have your kids. That shouldn't be permitted. I don't care if you're homeless, you're a Martian, whatever it is. It shouldn't be permitted, you see? Now, what are we going to do? What are we going to do with that person? Well, we can tell that person, listen, there is a place that you can go, okay? You cannot do this here because you're going to be arrested. That's it. Period. Okay? Now, we are going to give you all the facilities. We're going to try to help you. You don't want no help. You want to remain here? Well, remain here. Okay? But you cannot have the ability or, the liberty of doing things that any regular individual cannot do. You see? I mean, I understand you have a mental problem. Okay, fine. But you shouldn't be in the street doing that. That's it. Let me get you some help. Let me get you some help. But let me tell you, it has gotten out of hand. I remember when I lived in Chicago, there was a group of, they were not called homeless. They were called, there were some hobos and there were some people that were living on the streets. And it was on Adams Street. It was fascinating to go and talk to them and find out what they choose that way of life. But they got a bunch of winos there. They drank their wine and all that. But they were not allowed to defecate, to urinate, and to block the streets, the sidewalks, or intimidate people. They were not. You see? And they were living down the street. But they were not allowed to do that, and they had shelters that they could go and spend the night because they were not allowed to do it. You see? And I think that we should bring some order to what we are having. It's out of hands. And besides that, and let's talk, it is bad for the community, it's bad for the neighborhood, it's bad for the economy. You see, who is going to open a restaurant or store where whenever you come out of the store, whenever you walk in, you have people blocking the street and people defecating there in front of you? I mean, I don't want to live in a place like that. Now, if you want to live in a place like that, by all means, move next to where they are. But it is very nice to be living in Coral Gables or on Pinecrest and then telling the people that live in downtown and people that live someplace else, you have to put up with it because it is their right. How about my right? You see? And I don't mean that we have to be abusive. I don't mean that we have to be so strict. We have to be very human, but at the same time, we will have to encourage, you see, behavior. And if you don't comply with it, you cannot be around here. That's it. It's simple.
I have a recommendation. So I think the will is here amongst this entire body to put the right funding and partnership with all the stakeholders together to get to functional zero homelessness. And I want to talk about that briefly because
that'd be almost impossible.
Well, that's what I want to bring up, because this is an initiative that the mayor's office has been working with the manager on, and I reached out to them to understand it because it hasn't been launched. There's been no announcement of how this will work, but I believe they've been talking to each one of us separately.
Yeah, I spoke with them.
So the idea here is, it's not about you'll never see a homeless person, but the idea is that the resources are here to have a full pipeline for anyone to get off the street into shelter, out of shelter, and into housing.
That's right.
We don't have that right now because we have a bottleneck We have a bottleneck.
That's right.
Now, everything, and Commissioner Correa got ahead of the game because in his understandable frustration, he wants to address this, and these 3 items definitely address it. But what if, and this is for my part, because when I met with the manager in the mayor's office, their functional zero plan didn't really address new units. It addressed all the services and going out and really hitting all of this, from the cleanups to the Lazarus Project, you name it. But for me, if that bottleneck still exists, we can't get people out of shelter, we can't get new people into shelter. So for my part, the focus is going to be new housing to graduate the homeless from shelter with wraparound services, but fast. And I'm talking funded and identified within the next 12 months, 500 units of new housing.
It's not that easy, sir.
I know it's not that easy,
No, it's
but
not that easy.
but it is
You see,
very possible.
You have to crawl before you walk. And we have to take the same step. And they're not mutually exclusive. Let me put it this way.
I haven't finished yet myself.
Okay, good, thank you.
Because I know you're right that it's a big jump. This is a homeless moonshot. Why do we go to the moon? Because no one else has, and because we can. Because nobody else has done this before in the entire country. We will not be Los Angeles. We will not be San Francisco, where I know who you're talking about when you talk about a political party that enables and throws money at a problem without solving it. We are going to solve it in a thoughtful way. And I really believe we have to take the resources and get the partnerships. And it's not just all on our shoulders or on our money, but I want the manager to identify the land. If we have land going out for RFP that could be used for affordable housing, if we can acquire new land for affordable housing, whether it's in my district or another district, let's do it, because we can get to 500 units, and I've talked to them at Camilla's House and the Homeless Trust. If we can provide the 500 units, we can open that pipeline and get people out of shelter.
Yes,
Commissioner.
But so let me just finish with my request, because I know the mayor's trying to launch the Functional Zero program later this week. And it may encompass some of these ideas in it, and it may not. But if we could defer these 3 items, the mayor can get all of us together on it, because my worry about going forward with an encampment is creating another temporary, because it's a temporary encampment, versus the permanent, which is where we could really go.
Okay, you're going to start just to create the permanent and leave them on the street. What I'm saying is, let's bring them someplace and create the housing. I am all for the housing. You see? I'm all for creating housing and permanent housing. I'm all for it. But you cannot say, okay, well, let's build the houses and then we get them out of the street. No, you get them out of the street while you are building the house. While you are building house. They are not mutually exclusive, sir. You see? Let's identify the land that we can build housing. And let's identify a place that we can at least keep them there and provide all the support that we can. See, they are not mutually exclusive. I agree with you 100% that we need housing. You see?
Is there an appetite to defer it 2 weeks so we can incorporate it with the mayor's entire plan?
No. Let me explain to you why. First of all, let me say this, Commissioner. This is not about any party. I don't care who helps, whether it's Democrat, Republican, Independent, Green Party, Moon Party. Doesn't matter to me. This is not about parties. And I think since you've seen me up here, I have not been a partisan elected official. This is about getting something done, and whatever else, and I haven't had the opportunity where the mayor's explained to me his whole plan, but whatever else the mayor would like to suggest, we could certainly incorporate it into some of the things that we're presenting here. What does kind of hits me the wrong way is that we're talking about 500 units for so-called homeless people that haven't wanted to be taken off the streets. And for 4 years since I've been here, I've been pleading, screaming, dragging, you name it, to try to get affordable units built, and particularly affordable to own. And I don't care who's been in the administration, it goes in one ear and out the other, and we haven't gotten anything moved forward, with the exception of some areas that I've been pushing like there's no tomorrow, and we're still going at it in turtle paces. Now, how can I look, or any of us, and particularly Commissioner Watson, Commissioner Diaz-Leperti, and myself, that have the 3 poorest districts? Commissioner Reyes has some areas too, and you have a small area. How can we look at our residents in the face? In my case, I know how many of my residents live in broken down places, mold, roaches, rats, and they're paying an exorbitant amount for where they're living in. How can I look them in the face and tell them, listen, because you weren't out in a tent in the street, I can't get you an affordable place to live in? I'm sorry. If anyone is going to get priority for having their own homes, it's going to be the residents that we have had here, paying taxes, putting up with the kind of lives that they had to live, but they're trying to be responsible for themselves, for their kids. Residents that are not out in the streets because they were drugged out and now they're burned out. That doesn't mean that, as we have shown here, with millions of dollars that we're given each year, in excess of $7 million, not counting police, that we're not going to be compassionate, that we're not going to find places to homeless people to live in. That's what we've been striving for. The shelters, motels to go to. But it's a big jump from that to be creating 500 new apartments. I mean, look, our residents would rightly so want to grab us, tar us and feather us and string us up. I mean, this is not right. I mean, I understand that you're trying to be as compassionate as possible, but I have to have compassion too for the people that I've seen, how they live.
Particularly
the elderly couple that have been in their homes, and I stopped counting after 10 cockroaches or more, and this is normal to them, the poor things. They have nowhere else to go.
So,
Commissioner Watson, and then let's bring this to a vote.
Yeah, no, I was just going to say, why don't we do it in reverse, right? Why don't we go what Commissioner Croyo has put on the table, right? And we get some sort of resolution on that, so that can move forward.
Yeah.
And then go 2 weeks later, let the mayor unfold his plan to all of us so that he can now let us know what he wants. Because the truth is, I don't want to say this, but I find it kind of lofty. We're going to spend $75 million on homeless housing. We haven't spent any yet on something we've had already for the last 4 years. So, let's do something we can do real, and then figure out this funding plan for housing.
Look, Jeffrey, I don't want to be in a situation where I tell my residents, hey, listen, if you want a place to live that's new and clean and affordable, go out in the streets, here's a tent, pitch it out there, and they'll come get you and get you a place to live in.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Watson, I think if I can understand what he's saying, he said, let's do this. Let's try to find shelter and encampment where they are. And then let's wait and see what, well, the mayor is going to bring. But we will, we will not leave everything, all the affordable housing that we want to do aside and just jump into building housing units for homeless only, leaving behind the rest of the population that needs, and I agree with you. I have, if you go out in my district and in Carollo's district, in any one of those, our district, and you knock on doors, and you're going to see how many elderlies are living in rooms this big, full of roaches, and they cannot get an affordable housing or a Section 8. You see, that is a big problem that we have in our city. You see, but that doesn't mean that we are not going to try to build also shelters for those people that are out in the street that they want to be sheltered and they want to go through the transition. You see?
Thank you. Let's go ahead and bring it to a vote then.
Yes.
Commissioner, complete and full respect, because I do agree with the intention. I just don't agree with the method, so I'll be a no vote on it.
I understand.
I thought by a minute you have become a little Republican, you know?
All right.
Now, let's keep the parties out of this, gentlemen.
Always. Although that would have made my father very happy. All right. So RE10 and RE11, there is already a motion on the floor for those two items. It's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No.
For
Motion
the record,
passes.
For the record, let me briefly explain what we just voted on. RE10 is to have cleanings 3 times a week in all the hotspots that have homelessness encampments
14th Street.
in the city of Miami, cleaning the city streets, sidewalks, preventing
Overhangs.
a public health hazard. And no matter what program the mayor would like to bring in addition to these, this should not be any kind of a problem in moving forward. RE11 is a resolution directing the city manager to designate an area or areas that could be permitted temporarily for encampments for shelters as another option for homeless individuals. And all that the manager will be doing in this resolution is that he is going to come to us and give us the options within the city that he sees, whether it's one or more, and include in that option of whatever places he thinks are best for us to decide if we end deciding on doing it. What are the additional requirements that will be needed in security, bathrooms, etc. Again, there should not be any conflicts with this.
Next, Commissioner, is FR4. Is your
FR4 is the last of the homeless resolutions and ordinance that I placed in today.
Is there a motion?
There is a motion for FR4.
This is amend the code regarding encampments on public property. Is there a second to the motion?
So I just want to, just to keep up, we did RE10 and RE11?
Correct.
Yes.
Both passed 4-1. Now we're on FR4. There's a motion. Is there a second? Seconded by Commissioner Watson. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, please read it into the record. FR4, first reading.
Hold on a second. I want to clarify this. FR4, we are, what are we, this is to make the encampment right away? Or?
Prohibiting encampments on public property. On public
Public property.
yeah, the sidewalks,
That's
etc.
right, I know.
Streets.
But But I don't want to be a contradiction there, because if we are going to, if the city manager says that we are going to take them, we want to provide a camp in Virginia Key or under the expressways, those are public property.
But this is not what we're meaning by that. If the city attorney would read that, I think she will explain that.
Because I don't want to go
No,
against what we.
No, you have a good point, and it's a good question for what we're trying to do. Keep in mind that our first priority has always been and will be to find people a shelter like we've been doing in the past, or hotel room like we've been doing in the past. This is options of last resort, or if people just want to be out in the open air. That's what we're doing with these shelters. This is for the people that refuse to go indoors and want to be out in open air.
Go to assigned places.
Yeah.
People that don't want to go to assigned places.
Yeah.
But shouldn't we, Madam City Attorney, shouldn't we clarify this? That it is for people that don't want to go to assigned places. They cannot encamp on public property, because if we are going to establish an encampment in any property that belongs to the city or the state or whatever, you see, it will be contradictory to this.
So it's a very good question, but as drafted, it says permitted. So if we have permitted locations, then it's okay. This is for unpermitted. So anything that is on the public right-of-way that's not supposed to be a tent on the public right-of-way and what have you, it's not supposed to be.
I just wanted to clarify.
But it's a very good question, and then just, I think that it's nuanced because it says permitted versus unpermitted. So that's why sometimes it's not easy to grasp.
You think, or you're sure?
No, I'm just telling you why it may have looked to you like it didn't say, it says permitted. So it has to have a proper permitted location for you to be in that location. This is just not allowing for tents.
Thank you,
just
Madam
to be on
City
the
Attorney.
right-of-way.
You're clear. Could you read the ordinance into the record, please?
An ordinance of the Miami City Commission amending Chapter 37 of the Code of the City of Miami, Florida, as amended, entitled Offenses Miscellaneous, more particularly by adding a new section to prohibit encampments on public property, providing for definitions and penalties, containing a severability clause, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you very much. All in favor of the item, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Mark me as a no. Item passes 4-1.
Mr. City Manager, can you bring up at the next meeting, 2 weeks from now, since tomorrow is the deadline for putting items on the agenda, the resolutions of how you're going to be moving forward in implementing all of these items that we've approved, whether resolutions or ordinance. I'm not saying that you have to take action so quickly. You have to put plans together and so on. I understand. But to come back to us on each of these items, to let us know how you're moving forward, how you're going to accomplish them. And particularly one that is the one that you could move at quicker than any of the others. And that's cleaning 3 times a week all the hot spots that we have. Now, can okay. Yeah, and these items saying, let's go back to.
If the clerk's office could let me know which of the pocket items have not passed yet. I believe we have PI 1 through 5 on the agenda. Some of them have passed, some of them have not. What's left?
We have PI 1 and PI 2 pending.
PI 1 and 2, which are childhood cancer awareness, and PI 2 is auditing of not-for-profits.
Okay.
For accountability, is there a motion on PI 1 and PI 2?
So move.
Second.
Moved by Commissioner Watson, seconded by Commissioner Carollo. Is there anyone from the public that would like to speak on PI1 and PI2, Childhood Cancer Awareness Month, and auditing of non-for-profits for accountability? Seeing none, I'll close public comment. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes on PI1 and 2. Accountant Commissioner Reyes has a yes vote on his own item.
Thank you.
Of course. And the only remaining item, if I am not mistaken, is the discussion item on the police. Commissioner Carollo.
Yes, thank you. It is 5:15, and we still have a very long day on the budget that will be coming next. Let me touch one quick area on this item that has to do with City of Miami Police. I would like to present a resolution to the city manager requesting of the manager that the different commanders in all of our districts put an emphasis on homelessness in our districts, in humanely finding shelters for them, finding places they can move to, and if there are individuals that are encamped in sidewalks, blocking the passage of residents, that have sofas, that have all kinds of other furniture and equipment thrown out there, that they take whatever action is needed to make sure that these areas do not become a health hazard and are clean 3 times a week. Furthermore, because of COVID, because of other health hazards, if we have to use for transportation other means than the regular patrol vehicles, that they will be used. And I think the police chief will understand clearly what we're referring to it. If not, he could ask you, Mr. Manager, and I think you would tell him what we're talking about.
Is that a motion, Commissioner?
That is a motion on this issue. What I'm trying to do is get everybody engaged in the same plan, because the only way that a lot of this is going to be able to happen, and for us to help the homeless compassionately in the streets and keep our city streets and sidewalks safe for our residents, is by having the strong participation of our police department also in this. It cannot be done without our officers, Chief. And I will say this to you with all respect to commanders. They will do a lot more for our residents if, instead of spending so much time in the cafecitos with merchants that nobody shows up for the most part, if they would concentrate on this that I just asked for and what I previously talked about in putting plans together in our individual districts that will be part of your overall plan that you're going to present to us on going after the drug trade with the drug overdoses in our city.
Thank you. That will call that PI 6. There is a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Seconded by Commissioner Diaz-Portilla.
May I,
Commissioner Reyes.
you see, I am a little concerned about this, Commissioner Carollo, and I'm going to tell you why. Okay. One of the reasons, and correct me, Madam City Attorney, if I'm wrong, one of the reasons of Pottinger, one of the constraint of Pottinger was that property that belonged to the homeless, that we were throwing them away, or that Pottinger precluded us specifically from doing those things as getting whatever they have and just keeping it taken from them and throwing it away. We have to be very careful with this. And I think that we cannot provide the reasons to go back to court and get another Pottinger ruling on our heads. You see, I am very cautious on this because there is a certain, we can go so far. And that's why I want your participation, Madam City Attorney, on everything that is allowed and what is not allowed, what becomes dangerous and what, because believe me, we are going to go back to court with this.
Well, there's
no
no doubt in my mind, and I will tell you how I feel about it.
Okay, let's
And
go.
I think we would have the support of the vast majority of our residents.
Yes, sir, but the thing is,
Whenever we're challenged, that's why I agree that we need to be a very firm ground.
yes,
Whenever we're challenged, maybe this could go all the way to the Supreme Court, so this could be resolved once and for all.
but
We cannot let individuals that just want to be in the streets, just want to take over any sidewalk, any street that they want to, where they're infringing on others' rights by passing, by health hazards, etc., just do what they want. This is not allowed in any civilized country in the world.
So I think I can
That
bring
is
you
not
together,
what I'm
though.
saying.
I think I can bring you together.
See,
Commissioner Reyes.
But I do understand what you're saying, and I'm in agreement with what you're saying, and she's going to guide us.
She has to guide us.
Yeah, I think maybe you misunderstood. Part of what we have voted upon in every one of these resolutions or ordinance speak to just what you're asking for, where everybody works as
Yes.
one group. You have to, first of all, give notice before you have cleanups. That has to be followed, and that will be followed.
okay.
So what you're saying, I'm in full agreement with, Commissioner, that we have to follow the rule of law, just like we're going to expect others to.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Commissioner,
What
could
I
the wording
don't want-
include the words within the law and
Within the law. What I
and
don't
civil
want
rights?
is
Yeah.
give free hand, and some people and somebody, it is going to misunderstand it. I do agree that we have to take strong action and we have to be firm. But there is a fine line of being firm and what other people might consider abusive. And that's where we cannot fall, you see. I agree, and I'm the first one that made the distinction that what it is, for me, if I'm not allowed to do something, I don't think anybody else should be doing, you see.
Thank you. Commissioner Caroli, are you open to your motion, including the words within the law and in compliance with
Yes,
civil rights?
absolutely. Yes.
Thank you.
Now,
And
All right.
the city attorney will guide us fully on the process every step of the way.
All right. We have a motion, we have a second, no need to amend. It's been incorporated into the original motion. Is there anyone here who'd like to speak on PI 6? You're recognized, sir. You have 2 minutes. Please state your name.
My name is Caleb Freestone. I'm happy once again that Commissioner Carrillo has mentioned the civilized nation that we live in. I find it extremely disturbing that your definition of the lack of civilization is blocked sidewalks, while at the same time advocating for the use of guns, cages, and large mechanical machines to criminalize the homeless. I've found everything that you have said pretending towards empathy towards the homeless to be purely crocodile tears. You are clearly not working for it on their behalf, and instead doing everything in your power to put them into cages. You openly admit you have no plan for what to do with them once they go into shelters. You have no plan for what to do with this bottleneck that Chairman Russell brought up. You openly admit that you are not working with the mayor. Sir, what are you doing? Finally, I would absolutely like to voice my opposition to your resolution to push for cooperation with the police department among the city managers. Police are not, have never been, and never will be a solution to homelessness. This is an economic problem, a public health problem, and guns and cages do not solve it, sir.
Thank you for your comments. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak on PI 6? Seeing none? Hello.
Yeah, hello.
Your name, please?
My name is Myra Jolie.
Welcome.
The problem with the homeless has been an eyesore in Miami. I have heard all of the decisions and the plans that people have to resolve the homeless problem. They don't want police. They don't want to take them off the street. So I asked, what about the residents who have worked hard just to live in the neighborhood where the tent cities are growing? The police have to be involved. We don't know how many of them are mental issues, alcohol, drugs, or just because they like to be on the street. But we cannot just go by whatever it is happening, throwing money to think that that's going to resolve the problem without some sort of enforcement. If everything is cleaned up and they come back next day, what are we going to do? Since they're homeless, they're not going to follow the regulations, but we, the people who follow the law, we are subject to be put in jail. We are subject to be disciplined. So either we all gonna be following the regulations or nobody's gonna do it. The people who are saying since this morning that they have this bright idea that's gonna be great for the homeless, just they need a couple of million more dollars just to throw at it. Think of something. If there are no homeless, these people will not have been making money. So we want to resolve the problem with the homeless, or we want to play with the words because it's never going to end.
Thank you for your comments. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak on this item? Please, if there's anyone else, please line up at both lecterns. This is our 2-minute public comment for this single item.
Hello, my name is Dr. Calla Hummel. I'm a homeowner in 33127. Thank you, Commissioner Watson. And I'm also a professor of political science at the University of Miami. I'm pretty sure that the commissioners are aware of this research, but we do have a lot of research on homelessness and a variety of approaches towards homelessness in the social sciences. That research definitively says, unsurprisingly, that the easiest and cheapest way to end homelessness is to give people homes. It costs a few $1 million to give the few thousand homeless people we have in Miami homes. It costs about that much to continue to pay police officers to clean up the streets several times a week. So I urge the commission to reconsider building more homes and other forms of shelter for people that are on the street. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Please, if anyone's going to speak, go ahead and line up right now so that we don't have to wait for each person to come up. Go ahead, sir.
Good evening. My name is Philip Soares-Asa. I'm an alumni from New World School of the Arts in an area very much affected by this situation. As someone who maintained a studio practice within downtown, very near to homeless encampments on Flagler, I noticed this problem and had a lot of thinking on it. And I noticed a glaring effect of a revolving door for many of the mentally incapacitated homeless that we have. There's currently 2-week holds that are available for people who are going through mental episodes, many of them homeless. There's no long-term solution for these patients. And I say patients because
Giving someone like this a home is not a solution. This is something that requires a long-term care facility that does not exist within Miami. There is no resource for these types of people who end up systematically being part of the homeless population. So I would say that this is not something we can do with just a house. It must be something that is infrastructure for long-term mental health care. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. I'll be closing public comment now, seeing no other public comment for PI 6. Is there any further discussion on the dais? All in favor of the item say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you very much. And Commissioner, is there anything else you had on the police discussion item before we close that item?
We have a packed house here almost.
For the budget.
With the budget. I don't know how long we're going to be involved in the budget. I'd like to do the following. I'd like to have a day, a full day, that we deal with this item, and this item only.
Which item, Commissioner?
The one that I have for discussion here.
DI4 discussion of City of Miami Police.
And read the
Police
one
Chief
before.
Art Acevedo.
I'm sorry. DI4?
Yes.
So yes, it's just called a discussion item, City of Miami Police.
Nope.
No.
What am I missing?
The name of the police chief.
Can you read the title for me, Commissioner? Here we go. Discussion item regarding Chief Acevedo / City of Miami Police. This is an item that is going to take up a considerable amount of time in going into the areas that we need to. And I think we would be better served, and the public would here too, that has come to speak on different items. If we pick a date, or bring this back to a date, that we will deal with this strictly on that date. I want to be clear that one of the options that I'm looking for in dealing with this item is going to possibly be bringing up a charter provision that this body will empower itself into an investigative panel that would have subpoena powers to get to the bottom line of certain things that would be brought up. In the meantime, I would respectfully request of the manager if you could make sure that what you told me that you were going to do would happen. That our police chief would stick to being a professional administrator and not spend all his time, or should I rephrase that, a substantial amount of time in doing all kinds of interviews, no matter not local or local, not be out there in every major event in the front of the line, taking selfies or giving interviews. And at the same time, Mr. Manager, I would hope that this constant firing and non-compassion of our police officers would stop in status quo until we come back to this.
Commissioner, if that's a request for deferral on the item,
Well,
we could use, so we can have more time to take it up further?
this is where I'm heading to, but
Yep.
I would like other members here, if they would like to step in. I will say this to you, Mr. Manager, that I'm extremely concerned with some of the things that have come to me, that have happened within our department, or that have tried to be done within our department. I will tell you that I'm very disturbed on the morale of our police department from top to bottom. And this is not something that, I'm just throwing out. This is a reality. And you're the city manager. You need to get your feet in the ground and speak to sufficient officers on your own to get the feedback. I have no axe to grind with anyone. I really don't know that many people inside this police department. It had been many years since I was mayor and then came back, so I don't have those contacts that I once had. A lot of the people that worked when I was here are no longer here in the PD. But I care about this department, and we need to do things in the right way, in a compassionate way, and the so-called family and friends program to truly be put aside. So I hope you understand me, Mr. Manager, because if anyone has any doubts whatsoever of how serious I am, whatever is going on in the next 50 days, please don't try to play me, because I've been around for a long, long time. I know how to do things properly, and I'm not a pushover. And my limitation has come to its limit. To its limit. And even though, yes, I am one of those Cuban Americans that is of Sicilian descent, partly, I am not part of the Cuban mafia. So, having said that, and I was going to go into a few areas, but there's too many people here that are waiting for the budget. I don't know how long we're going to be stuck in this budget. I still have some very serious family pending matters that I have to attend to before the night is over. I would defer to the members of the commission as to what date they would like to meet to discuss this item, and how many days do you want to give?
Commissioner, so that we don't get caught in the same situation with the next budget hearing, would you like to take this up on the 14th of October, where we may have a little more room in the agenda?
I would be willing to do that if the manager gives me his solemn word that he is going to keep status quo and no massacres, no more just firing people for BS reasons, and
Okay.
Mr. Manager, we've spoken. I think you know exactly where I'm coming from.
Commissioner Reyes, I'll recognize you in just a second. I want to capture the motion. It's a motion to defer DI-4 to October 14th. Is there a second?
Second it, but I have a comment that I have to make.
Yes. Motion
Yes.
and a second. Commissioner Reyes, you recognize, then Commissioner Gutierrez.
I believe that, the air must be clear. And if we have a meeting, we will have to, every one of those, let it all hang out and bring in the open any problem that we have with police chief, either if you agree with them or if you don't disagree, or whatever. But there is a specific problem that I have. I want to know I don't want any answer now. I'm going to ask the chief to please give me all the information on why the Officer Camacho, it is not back at his post. Because it was an investigation that it was asked. He has about 60 days or something like that. Time has gone by. 45 days. And time has gone by. And I want to know why, because I don't accept that because of conflict of personalities will do or will ruin the career of individual. As Camacho, as it happened with Hiram or Iran before. You see, it's not the first time that it happened, and I don't want this to keep on happening.
Commissioner, would you like the response on the dais, or would you like the manager to come back to you offline?
I will, however it is, but now, you see, because of indifference to the people that are here, you see, I don't think that, there's so many people here for this, and I want to have some, and I don't know about my colleagues, if they want, I don't know, probably Commissioner Diaz-Portilla would like an answer also, you see?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and also Commissioner Watson and Commissioner, okay, all of us. And I don't know, I defer to you guys, what do you prefer? But we have to have certain consideration with or we can.
You're recommending.
Can I just say a quick word?
I had Commissioner Diaz-Portilla next.
No, just quick, so you could go. When I said to the manager, being very respectful, that I would appreciate very much if he could give me his word and make sure we were going to be keeping status quo until we dealt with this, I meant everything, including the Camacho situation. And Mr. Manager, I didn't want to get into it, but I'm going to say it publicly. If the information that's gotten back to me is true, that the police chief was even trying to get others to agree to that this officer would be arrested, not just fired, it's pretty darn outrageous. And I hope that you have more of us, backbone, not to let this go on any further this way. Because you know well that, if they want to open up Pandora's box, believe me, it's going to be the biggest mistake that's been made. And I said it to you before, I'll say it again. If I have to play Samson, let the whole roof fall, and everyone, I will be more than willing to do it. And I'll be darned if I'm going to let a new transplant come here and think that he could do whatever the heck he wants to do or say and act like if he's got no bosses whatsoever. Each one of us and the mayor have been elected. We've gone through elections, whether we've had many opponents or few opponents, strong elections or not. But each one of us have gone through elections, we're duly elected, and each one of us have roots, very deep roots in this community. And I want every officer in this city to understand that you don't have to live in fear any longer. If this has to come to whatever it has to come, it'll come to that.
I'm not.
You're recognized, Commissioner
And,
Diaz-Portilla.
Mr. Manager, let me
Commissioners-
clarify,
Not done yet.
more than anything else, we are your bosses. You are his boss. You're the one that brought him in. I don't think you did adequate or sufficient looking into. The best police chief in the country when you brought him in, but frankly, as one man's opinion, in football, baseball, in college, we have, in basketball, we have the Associated Press top 25. I don't even think he makes the top 25. And frankly, any one of our assistant police chiefs that we have here today, including the one that he fired, would have been better police chiefs for this city than this gentleman, with all due respect.
Commissioner Diaz-Albortillo was next, and then Commissioner Reyes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To be honest with you, Commissioner Carollo and Commissioner Reyes, I'm not really in favor of deferral to October 14th. I don't like, since I've been here, I've only been here a year and a half, I don't like to interfere in departments, but the kind of loss of morale and the conversations, probably close to 24 conversations I've had with rank and file members, have been very, very, very disturbing to me. And I think some of the things that you said, Commissioner Carollo, and you, Commissioner Reyes, it goes beyond Luis Camacho. It's bigger than that.
Oh, it's much bigger than that.
It's much bigger than
It's
that.
much
And
bigger
that's
than
why
that.
we need that special meeting, but not October 14th. My Lord, I would have it tomorrow, if I could, or the day after. Because I don't think just asking the manager for his word, although his word is good, I think we should clearly have a moratorium on any more firings, any more suspensions, without evidence, without conversations.
Unfortunately, we
I know.
cannot do that.
I know, but I think it's to make a point, right?
Yeah.
That I think we live in a country, in a city I was in a country where we have due process, that people are entitled to say their side of the story before determinations are made. And what I've seen, not only in the Camacho case so far, in other cases, without going into any names, everybody here knows, every police officer back there knows the names, and the loss of morale among the rank and file, they know that a lot of these decisions, Chief, have been taken without getting the other side of the story. And every story has two sides. And everything has to have a conclusion, because what happens is when you accuse someone of something, even if you reinstate them later, you've already tarnished their reputation. And when you say something without allowing them the due process this country allows, you're damaging their careers. And these are people that have been here for decades, that have been through everything from bad situations like the Miami River cops, to the Mariel boat lift, to the McDuffie riots, to Lozano, to the Mariel boat lift, to Elian, and we go on and on and on and on and on. And there's a fraternity of pain and suffering and success along the way and reform that they've lived through. You can't come from the outside and not respect that process, not respect that history, that institutional knowledge that would have been extremely valuable for you, since you didn't know that certain things that Cuban Americans, almost every Cuban American, knows, that the Castro government refers to the Miami Cubans as the mafia, the Cuban mafia. That's something that almost every Cuban is born knowing. And for you not to know that, and that insensitivity to not understanding that, plus other things that need to be discussed at a special meeting, I understand that people are waiting for a budget hearing, and I'm very sensitive to that too. But there's no department that's more institutionalized than the police department. There's no department that's more representative of city than its police department, especially with what's happening now in the country with the police and all the challenges they're facing. They're no longer the good guys. They become the bad guys when they're here to protect and to serve and to defend and to keep us safe. And to have them be unhappy in the jobs that they do every day, risking their lives, is concerning to me. It's not something that can wait till October 14th. And I'm not saying I get the schedule that we have and the important work that we have to do, but this is very important work. And I also think, Commissioner Carollo, and you also, Commissioner Reyes, the comments you made, I would like for the chief to answer some of those questions. Even if we limit the time that he can say today and we bring back to a special meeting, I would like to know, to give him the opportunity to say, hey, this is why I did it. But not to say this is under investigation because what he said here, and I haven't re-heard the tape, but I remember, I have a good memory. What he said here was, with the Luis Camacho case, it'll be 30 days, 45 days, I'll come back to you. And if we find that it's inconclusive, or that he didn't do anything wrong, then we'll reinstate him and bring him back here. It's been how many days? Is it 80-something days?
But Commissioner, we're not going to get to the whole truth
Oh, I
of
know,
that.
I agree, but I'm saying the same thing you are. I think we do a special meeting sooner rather than later.
Listen.
But I would like for him to at least tell me so I go home tonight
We have to
that he
go,
has some sort of reason why these things haven't happened, not to go into everything else, not to go into the firing of I'm not gonna mention names of this person or that person. But what's happening is that it is true what Commissioner Carollo said. The police officers need to have their morale up here.
absolutely.
And they are in fear for their jobs. They can't say what they think. When they say it very privately. And I think that reflects poorly on our city and on this commission. And we have a responsibility to open it up and air out the differences because they can't, but we can.
Yes.
It is open forum. They can't go and complain, but we can.
Okay, let me state one thing, and I think that we should respect the people that are waiting for the budget. But one thing that I want to know is the Camacho case, from who initiated it, how it happened, where, because that is very dangerous, what's going on. I mean, that an innuendo or somebody that says and tell the chief this is happening, and then it takes action because it being, I mean, I don't know who made him take the action that it was. I want to know the truth because this is not the first time it happened.
So we have a public records request to see every email that went back
That's
and
right.
forth.
But I think that
Subpoena power.
Oh, I agree with that too.
Okay.
But I mean, there has to, what I heard was so disturbing, and look, and I'm not accusing you of anything, police chief, I'm not saying it's true or not, because I don't accuse people without having evidence. Let me tell you what I've heard. That there was a report on the Camacho case, and you turned it back because you didn't like what the report recommended. And then you asked the person to send you a different report, and then that person was fired. And you got somebody else there. That's what I've heard. I hope it's not true. But if there's a paper trail, of somebody recommends something and somebody rejects it because that's not the conclusion that you wanted. I also heard in the Camacho case that there was a decision made without even interviewing the guy. That the interview came after the decision, without giving the guy the opportunity to make his case. And I've heard that about other cases with other officers, and that's disturbing. As a City of Miami commissioner, we have, and a city commissioners, we can have this discussion without fear.
Absolutely.
Without fear.
Absolutely.
But they can't because they'll be fired.
But I want to clarify something, and I have a witness here. Just for the sake of justice, because I like to be just. I met by coincidence. I was coming in the day after the chief used that phrase, the Cuban mafia, and I was real pissed. And when I explained that the Castro government has referred to us as the Cuban mafia, he said, I didn't know. And he got livid. Said it wasn't my intention of insulting. And I grew up in California, and I did not know. You see, it was a joke. And I told him, you don't joke in Miami with the Cubans like that. You don't joke with you have to be very careful because we are a group of people, we're a population that has suffered for 60 years. You see, a dictatorship, there is a lot of blood, a lot of tears, a lot of persecution, people that have been in jail for 30 years, torture and all of that. You see, we are very sensitive about what you call us. And he expressed that, and I have a witness that it was with me. And he said, I will apologize. I said that, okay? I accept that. and I give them the benefit of the doubt of ignorance, you see. But what I want to know is other things, things that are happening, and complaints within the department, that it is very important also. You see, very important also. Because what we cannot lose is the trust of the police force.
All right, so Commissioner Reyes, I want to try to get you those answers about Camacho and everything else by the next meeting where we will bring this up by your motion. Commissioner Watson, you're recognized, and I want to make one more comment before we close the discussion item.
I just think, in fairness to everybody involved, both us, public waiting on the budget, to the chief and what should be decided, or what answers to be given, to do it sooner than the 14th. Pick a date. We're all inclined to be able to do that. So pick a date sooner than the 14th, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Pick a date sooner than the 14th.
We should all pick a date
so that we
sooner
can-
than the 14th.
Well, the previous day before that is another budget hearing, and I thought we might get into the same jam. If you want to spend a considerable amount of time on it, the 14th will keep it wide open, but if you want to bring it the 23rd, we can as well.
Is that a Thursday, the 23rd?
Yes.
So let's do it Tuesday before the 23rd?
Oh, you want to do a special meeting outside of
Oh, a
commission?
special meeting outside
This
of,
is what
yeah.
we've been speaking about. a special
Okay,
meeting.
you said options for both, the 14th, or,
Well,
I'm sorry,
I
the.
talked
Well, I
about
think, look, I
So
think.
you'd rather have a
so
special
First of all.
We could do it on Friday, or we
Yeah.
can do it on Monday of next week.
Because-
Monday
Of
would
next
be
week.
maybe better, but if not, any day.
How about Friday next week, Monday
Mr.
next
Chair.
week?
Yes,
Which
Commissioner.
will
We have
put us
noticing
at,
issues.
Why
Which
do
will be
you
the
like Fridays?
20th.
Why you like Fridays?
Just-
I love Fridays, so Fridays, I'm
Yeah,
more
but
relaxed.
Friday night-
Mondays, I'm a little bit tense. I'm more relaxed on Fridays.
All right, so does,
But I think Monday works.
I'm sorry, so we have I'm sorry. We need to amend the motion, Madam City Attorney,
Yeah,
just a
can
moment.
I offer a suggestion?
Just-
Because- Go ahead.
Just a moment. We need to amend the motion. Is that correct, Commissioner? Because your motion is for October 14th to defer this item to that, which is a commission day. Would you like to
Well-
withdraw that motion or amend it?
No, the motion that we agreed that what would be better for the majority of us, Monday or Friday or next week?
Monday for me.
Can I
Okay, let
offer-
me bring in the
Next
city
Monday,
manager for
next Monday.
scheduling, as
Okay,
well
so
as the
next
city
Monday.
attorney, who are going to let us know about
Look,
noticing
we
requirements,
already,
et cetera.
next week is already the second budget hearing. All right, we have a lot of work to do between first reading and second reading of the budget, and a pretty packed agenda for next city commission meeting. I think this needs to be addressed sooner than later as well, and I don't think we need to wait till the 14th. Can I suggest the week of the 27th, which is the following week after the budget hearing? That way it gives us an opportunity to get through the budget. There's a lot of work to be done there, and we spent a lot of time briefing. There's going to be amendments to the budget between now and the second hearing. I just think we're trying to cram a lot into basically a week and a half.
Monday, the 27th?
So it's the yes, Monday is the 27th. and
That's
that-
fine.
That week goes right through
September
Halloween.
September 27th.
Yes, September 27th.
It's 2 weeks from now.
I'm okay with that.
Okay, September 27th.
Yeah.
Now, Mr. Manager. Mr. Manager.
Does anyone know if it's a Jewish holiday on the 27th? That week?
There's like five.
Right,
think
I believe
Jewish holiday.
October 1st is definitely a Jewish holiday, so I don't know how close that is, and we passed a resolution that, and so,
Yeah.
just to clarify, please.
Okay, but-
This is 5 days before the 1st.
Do we have any members of the
4
Jewish
days.
faith in the audience that could tell us when September 27th, a Jewish holiday?
You can check have them check, and just have the special
Okay,
meeting.
now-
You have to vote on it?
We're heading towards 2 weeks from now, Monday, the 27th of September.
Okay.
Now, Mr. Manager, before we vote upon this, I had asked you a question, very respectfully. Were you willing to make sure, since you're the manager, we can't do that? And I want to be perfectly clear. Are you willing to let the chief know that status quo is going to be applying? No more firings, all kinds of this stuff that's been going on. It stops until we meet and we go from there.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner. If you'd like to call your motion to set a special meeting
I
for
do. I'll
second
September
it.
I
27th?
I'll second it.
Bring my motion to call a special meeting for Monday, September 27,
Moved by Commissioner Carrillo, seconded by
Reference,
Commissioner Diaz-de la Portilla.
The same subjects that I had in D4, which is Police Chief Art Acevedo and Police Matters.
Thank you. Then what I'll do is I'll consider DI4 a closed discussion item for today. And a special meeting will have its own subject,
And
which
one-
the
one- one
Commissioner
more
has just
thing.
called. Does that work for you, Mr. Clerk?
One more thing, yeah, I just got a text, Jewish holiday starts the night of the 27th at 6 PM. So we
So-
have to do it, you think we need more? Yeah,
9 a.m.
we'll do it early,
Yeah,
9.
we can start at 9. That's fine.
All right. Mr. Clerk, is that captured?
Commissioner
To your
Watson,
satisfaction.
Commissioner Watson wants 10.
10.
10 in the
a.m.
morning.
10 a.m. on Monday.
Thank you, thank you, Commissioner, thank you.
Okay, I like you too.
So again, the special meeting will be called for September 27th, which is a Monday at 10 a.m. here at Miami City Hall. And then you're going to bring a new item, a new discussion item.
Yes.
For that particular special meeting.
Yes.
And so DI4 will be showed as discussed for our purposes as of today.
Correct.
Understood.
Commissioner, is that your will?
Yes.
All right. We have a motion, we have a second.
What's the matter?
He moved, he seconded. You got to jump on this stuff. All right.
Go.
Let's vote on it.
Any further discussion on that?
No,
Special
call the
meeting,
roll.
creation of the special meeting? Need a vote on that, Commission? Do you need public comment opened for the calling of a special meeting? You do not. It's a scheduling issue. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes on creation of a special meeting. And that concludes our regular and planning and zoning agenda. Thank you all for your advocacy.
Can we just take a couple of
I-
quick
I-
minutes?
I
have
do want to,
go-
yes, we will. I do want to mention though, and I want it captured in this before I adjourn, on the police issue, because, a resolution was passed by this body months ago regarding the sergeants at arms, the bifurcation of the sergeants at arms, and the expansion of the commissioner's sergeants at arms, but that is not reflected in this budget that we're about to take up. So I just wanted to leave that in the record
I'm
for
sorry.
this meeting before I adjourn it.
Why was not placed in the bifurcation of the Sergeant at Arms?
My understanding, the manager's already left the dais.
Yeah.
We haven't adjourned yet, but I just wanted that in the record, and we can take it up again when we get into the budget. You'll get your
Okay.
answers.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, everyone, for your advocacy. We are concluding the 9th hour of our fourth meeting so far today. We ask for your indulgence as we take a 10-minute break to reset for the budget meeting so we can be fresh for all of you. Thank you for your patience and advocacy. We are adjourned on the regular meeting. We'll reconvene at 6:15.